AI. We also have OIN07 FD who have been selected. Please be ready. I repeat, OIN07 gun FD. All the best, Flora AI. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akash Rajaraman, and these are my colleagues Yashas, Nishtha, and Diksha, and we are from Jain University, and here we are competing as Team Flora AI. So, I would like to give you a quick representation of the state of farming in India. Every single year, approximately 15 to 25% of all crop yield is ruined, is wasted. That equates to about rupees 50,000 crores in just losses. Now, these losses are not unpreventable. In fact, a large majority of these losses or the causes that hinder them are due to factors such as climate change, soil erosion, and most importantly, disease, plant disease. And that is the topic that we are aiming to tackle here today. Our application, currently staged as a web application, is called LensFloor. And we are aiming to give the niche target audience of our application, which aims to target farmers and anyone who's interested in growing and maintaining plants, a deeper insight into their cultivation. If they see that a particular species of plants has a particular symptom that they have not seen before, they can use our service to upload an image of that symptomatic area to our application, and that will give them a very clear understanding of the type of disease that they have, the best possible course of action. They also have an option to talk with experts through our integrated chat service and also buy the necessary products or the steps required to treat the program.
Yeah, so I'm Diksha. So as my teammate said, that this app is mainly concentrated towards farmers or people who are interested in taking care of plants, botany, or other such, collinear subjects, right? So our introductory page, this is our UI UX. This is how our website looks. As you can see right there in the front screen, we have how we can use this website. So anybody, even with a basic sense or basic necessity of understanding, can go through this, whole web app. How do we do this is, first of all, any person, for example, a farmer, maybe detects something wrong in their field or plants, right? So maybe a spot, maybe blackening or something. They can directly upload an image. After they upload an image, here's where our model comes in. It detects what plant it is as well as what is the disease. Along with it, it gives a few more information, right? So it gives what are the other symptoms that you may be seeing, what may be the life cycle of this disease. Apart from that, we believe in conservation of the environment too. As we are here, sustainability is very important. So we give organic and inorganic solutions to how you can recover from this disease. After this, that they are given the solutions of treatment, we branch out. How do we branch out here is, they can have a live chat with experts. Now, these experts can be botanists, they can be environmentalists, or anybody who actually understands and registers into the app, and they can have direct conversation in 113 different languages in whichever they want. So easy communication between them. At last, we bring something called product comparison. Now, we all understand that the middleman system in most countries has proven to be deleterious to our economy as well as to humans and these farmers and other people, right? So this deteriorates it. There is a product comparison study in which you can see which is less expensive, which is more suitable for your field or plant, and you can go on with it. So directly moving into the technical aspect of how we implement it, I would like to call in Yashis to start with a brief demo.
Good morning to one and all present here. I'll be taking you through the web application we have created. So firstly, as we know, the first objective of anyone is to check the whatever disease or anything they want to find out. So we have this section of the web page to upload your images taken either from your camera or you've saved it beforehand. So we can choose our file and we can select our image and upload it to the website. And once we hit upload, the model, which is a pre-trained Inception v3 model, customly trained on our plant disease data set. And once the model identifies the disease, it gives the output shown on the screen right now, along with the details of that disease with the symptoms and all. And we also have included the geolocation of the image. As you all know, phones nowadays can also include the geolocation of the place on the image. So we can find out the area where the disease has occurred, and we can plan accordingly. The next is the once we find out what the disease is, we can the farmers and the other users can talk with the experts, or they can go through the product section, which will be talked by Nishta.
So basically what happens is we have a chat over here. We can talk with experts of our choice. We have the options here. Suppose I choose this particular expert. So as a farmer, I talk to the expert. Now what happens is the expert may be familiar in one particular language and the farmer may be familiar with another language. So how do they converse? So we have a multilingual system where they can converse. So if the farmer is asking question in Kannada, the language, the message is translated in English to the expert. Similarly, it can be the other way around. So this is our whole chat system. As you can see, the chat is shown there. If we go to, both of them are connected to the same server. So what she types over here in the second tab will be shown in the first tab. The best part about this is that it is very user-friendly, and we are removing the language barrier that is very common in India. A person living in South India can converse to an expert in North India or any other place in the world if they are available on this particular website.
Also, the entire web page also comes with the multilingual system. We can just change our preferred language using the Google Translate API.
Okay. So another feature that we have is the products. So what we give is a comparative analysis of the products that farmers can use. We have one particular product, and there will be various, so in further future, we'll be giving this feature that the farmer can compare the links between the various price values of that particular product. Now, we need to understand that in today's era, a single feature AI-based service is not enough. So here we have given you a whole ecosystem of services. First of all, we have a detection system using ML model. Second, we have a treatment management guide, which provides sustainable as well as inorganic methods for farmers. Second of all, we provide multilingual experts with chat. Our website supports 113 languages, so it is basically compatible with all the 113 languages that are supported by Google API, and it is very easy and simple to use. Over to Diksha.
So as we understand today, and as my teammate rightly pointed out, today just an app isn't useful, right? So we integrated the services such as chat, such as product comparative study, also different types of solutions. But how does it help the business model, right? Today, whatever we develop is tomorrow's use to the general public. So here are a few ideas that we have come up with that can help or be implemented. Now, our project was all about scalability, making it accessible to more and more people, making it of a larger scale. What are the two methods that we can go with is, number one, this can be used by government services to keep track of different lands, the government keeps track of different crops, different yields, what's happening. So this can be used as a census data itself by the government by connecting with its databases and other things. On the other hand, many companies by themselves can use this platform to advertise their products. Now, how advertise their products is not only selling it higher to the farmers or anybody who's using the one, but as well as entering the competition through our product comparative study. So this is what we seek to implement in the future, because one of the things that we came across, we do give a solution such as maybe use this pesticide, maybe use this method, but we do not, for now, we do not confirm it, right? Because we understand how important it is, how important a solution is to a normal farmer, a normal person who's taking care. So that requires more better data sets, something that's more accurate, something that's more relevant, and something can be trusted. So that's what we are looking in the future, right? Making this more trustable, more bigger, and more better for the public out there. That will be our presentation for today.
Taken special care to make it more friendly, attractive, and useful. Now,
Should I put it back to English?
thinking has gone into making this more useful. Let's switch to what can make it more unique. Core of the product is the image recognition that you're using.
Yes, please.
Now, beyond image recognition, what do you think you can do to make this more unique? Because
Yeah.
there are products that exist.
Yeah. So as I said before, having just the image recognition is our base. It's a foundation of our model. The scope that we have to grow and make this truly revolutionary is where the data aspect comes in. So when we are housing the data that we collect, as he said, for example, through the metadata, the location, the time, or the specific geographical conditions such as weather, etc., that can be logged, we can provide a truly important and perhaps even life-saving service where we can predict diseases and waves of climate change and the effect that it's going to have on them even before they happen 5-6 years down the line. This is not only beneficial to the users, farmers, for example, but it's also very important for the general public who are not only consuming the products, but are also active participants in the economy. So it is not only good for, if you're looking at it from a monetary standpoint, it's also very crucial looking at it from a humanitarian standpoint. So that is one, I believe, really important feature that we can provide. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Already using. Since you're already connecting the location, now suppose you want to bring in local intelligence in terms of what other diseases spreading in that locality, including that solution. How will you go about it? Right now you are using image recognition. Suppose you want to use adjacent intelligence to predict, maybe on the fly, can you think of what technology you use or what approach you use?
You want to speak? No, go ahead.
Sir, we are considering once we collect the data, as we go on collecting data, we can use other AI models and other algorithms to bring about the predictions, and we can also, as you told, we can collect the local data as well, because data collection is what makes predictions possible. So as we move on, more and more data can be collected and thus increase the accuracy and prediction of what disease we are trying to find.
So just to add in over there, as you said, if we are able to use any other thing that's already existing today. So what we are doing here today, or in our model, is that we are also taking input from farmers, right? So it's in their own languages. For example, a farmer is able to describe the problem in their own language. They have been doing it for generations over there. They know what the problem is, and they're describing it. But our books don't have it. So what we can do, for example, through NLP, which is, again, quite primitive right now in R1, but through NLP, we can start guessing, right? Okay, there is a pattern. There are few different farmers using the same. For example, in India, many kharif crops have the same name, but we are not able to identify it in different languages. So if you are able to track that and able to create a data set out of that, again, the same thing. We can predict things or increase accuracy of any other features that we are coming up in the future.
I have two questions. On the AI model itself, right? Are you basing the disease recognition on leaf or full plant image? How do you kind of?
Sir, this is on a leaf. We take the image of the leaf of the plant, and based on that, we are predicting the model.
And how are you validating whether the farmer has uploaded the leaf itself and not something else?
Sir, we have a very good training data set of around 3 GB, which has 38 folders comprising of different types of plant diseases. And using that, the model can find out if the leaf which has been uploaded by the farmer or any other is what it is trained on. If it's not, it'll give back a error, or it'll say please upload a valid image or something.
Yeah, so speaking from a purely technical standpoint, how the model functions is that at the output layer, it has around 38 nodes. That's the number of diseases that we have primed for it right now. So when it's predicting the output, it'll produce an array of probabilities for each of the individual diseases. It is very easy to implement a thresholding system where if the probability is particularly low, for example, below 0.75 or 0.8, then there is a likelihood that not only is that disease wrong, but there can also be some problems with the input parameter where it's, as you said, not a leaf, or maybe someone is validation testing it by giving it pictures of synthetic leaves and etc. So that it would be very easy to implement that into the model.
Also, when you actually put this out in the field, to the farmer's hands, right? Can you think of what other such issues may come up while this is being collected out in the field that you might need to have to address it across?
So one of the disease situation which increases in India is irresponsible use of fertilizers and other factors. So what we plan to bring in is, suppose right now we are just taking the image and predicting the model, but when we have enough data, we can further increase this classification and the model, where we can take in the data as the soil type, what amount or what quantity, approximate value of fertilizers or stuff they have used, what is the humidity, and whether we are using already the geolocation for that, what type of seeds they have used. So all these factors will be contributing to the prediction value.
Can I just? Yeah. So as you said, sir, when we put it up in the field, what happens? And we understand in India the theory of middlemen, or people don't want to adapt to new things, especially technology and farmers, because let me be very frank, from my family point of view, we have been farmers for some generation, and we don't want somebody to come and instruct us about things we already know. So why should we choose this, right? So, but another thing that I've observed, that people who have suffered from this, people who are going through this, like droughts, there are so many families who are not even, I do not want to speak about it, but the farmers' suicide levels in India are also increasing day by day. They want to use this. It's also very light, as you can see, it's a very GUI. We have kept it quite simplistic, which they can use in their mobiles. So yes, maybe it's a slow change, but how we try on implementing this is this, and it's this idea, and we would love to hear more about how to do it from experts, is that we start giving this app first to experts, like the zoology department or somebody, who start spreading the news. Now, once they start spreading the news, they start the positive impact among farmers and slowly spreading. I know it's a small start, because, again, we don't want to change. What has happened, stays, but that's the way we want to implement it on the field.
Connectivity, right? Yeah. So, what's your thought process on how do you identify these experts, and what is the need for them and for you to build this expert connectivity?
So initially, when we are launching this product, when we do it, these are the volunteers. But when we are attached to a particular organization or someone else, we'll be working with them and looking into the specialists who want to do the research work, who want to look into this, who are into this particular, who have interest in this subject.
Right, so that is the beauty, right? When you have a pool of potential users with all varying from different backgrounds. All of their needs will be slightly different. On the back end, where we are just a technical or the team that is managing the service, you will also need someone who can give you live, up-to-the-minute information that we as engineers cannot provide. We need experts who who have a depth in the subject matter and who have a more hands-on experience and can give quality advice that we are not able to give. So that is the other aspect of the community building. Yeah, yes, sir. So we really wanted to host it using the GoDaddy platform that was proposed, but for some reason we weren't able to host it due to some of the code errors that we had checked in with the volunteers. So for now, it is on the web, but it is 100% compatible with web. With phones. Yeah.
Questions were already all addressed. But just to add on to one more thing, the data set as of now, is it all what you already predefined and added to it, and how is it going to go forward?
Ma'am, can you repeat?
Now we have a certain data set of what is already there. What is the future?
Ma'am, as we all have told, as the if this goes on into production, we get more data. So as more data comes in, we can update the data set as time goes by. So we get more pictures. We can add in new diseases into the model and train them, and thus we can diversify the model, and more diseases can be detected through it.
Yeah, so here's one, as one of the jury members well mentioned, that what about other plant parts? So our next step is to add different plant parts, because as we figured, leaf shows the most symptoms, so that was the first choice. But other plant parts will be the first step. Second is the involvement of IoT devices such as drones or any other who can take pictures for us. So for example, there is a field that has already been affected, already been detected and stamped. So we can go and take pictures from different angles, different heights to add on to the data set. As you very rightly mentioned, ma'am, what about a balanced data set? Because if it's not balanced, it's a biased model. So that's what we are going to work upon. If we are adding a new part of it, we want it to be as good as what we already have. So the numbers should be equivalent, the quality should be equivalent, and what we are further working towards is how we take in the image input. So the contrast, what is the resolution of the image? We have already worked on it, but that's also something we will be working on.
This will be in-person, physical person talking to the person there, or do you have the idea of implementing more AI methodology of having, just like any other
chatbot, yeah.
Ask somebody, so we would really just ask some automated thing. Is there an idea of that, or is it going to be?
Yes, so ma'am, here's what we thought. What chatbots do is, again, NLP and other data sets, they might also give the wrong answer. So what we can implement from here is two different directions. Either one, so once you have a botanist or agriculturalist in your area, you can set up an appointment with them at one point in the future if you think. Or the other thing is that the data that we collect from these botanists and horticulturists for the first few years of service, we can make a chatbot out of their suggestions. So those suggestions are not based on prevalent data sets, not based on some data set that was taken like 5 years ago, but continuously updating from that live chat that we already have. So that's something we can implement. Yes, a little tough, but I think our team can work that on at one day.
Sorry, I'm probably going to very interesting presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Most of all of you who have worked on it. So I just have a simple question. I think most of my fellow jury members have already asked most of it. But I just want to understand, given what we have in the market already, which is available free of cost, how would you compare yourself to that? Why, as of now, correct Google search, using Google Lens search, take a picture, I'm already getting very answers there. How different is it from what already existed? Plus, second question is, what is the business value and for whom? You are, which is a very good concept, to be honest. You are including experts, you are including treatment product specialists. Have you given a thought about what could be the manpower and the cost involved from a business angle, right? If somebody has to invest in your product, what is it for them?
Ma'am, I think you raised one of the biggest and the most important issues. Who will use it and how much will it be worth? So when it comes to who will use it, and you said there are prevalent apps, we did look into some other apps when we were doing our ideation. What these apps did is that, first of all, these apps are very high level. Now, what I mean by high level is that they are talking about diseases and all, yes, in details, but they are very biased towards, for example, in India, let's take Indian scenario. Rice itself has like 40 varieties that I know of, again, so many varieties. What they give a diagnosis is, look, high level, rice, these may be the problems, these may be the solutions. And I agree, we may not be completely ready to do a complete study of Indian demographic and itself, but we are the ones who actually can take the initiative as young and frankly enthusiastic about this to bring it into our product. Nevertheless, I think the chat app that we have and how we are making it broad, I think that's not prevalent, and hope so we are able to build it before anybody else brings it into the market. To answer your second question about economic, and yeah, you're right, we didn't think about the exact billing amount or the monetary amount of this, but yes, two ways. First of all, it starts as a novel cause, to be honest. So we asked maybe students who are PhD, as my teammate mentioned, maybe PhD students who are doing the specializations to come and help us and talk to these farmers. So it's a start. Not very profitable, agreed, but if you're able to bring in, because these PhD students do study on chemicals also and different fertilizers and insecticides in the market. Now, if you're able to go and talk to these companies who are doing this, maybe we tell them that, see, this is the background we are giving you, this is what our experts are talking about. If you want to bring into the ground or, start comparing your products transparently in this field, come on. So that's a start, and I agree that we need a strong, again, as my friend said, we are engineers. We need to work a little more on business, but thank you for the point. We will surely be looking into it.
Ma'am, can I add into this? So one thing that is specific to our app is we researched the marketplace, and there are very few apps which are multilingual in nature. So we are compatible with various languages. Along with that, we have multiple services. So one is like market predicting value, which gives the mandi value around the particular fruit or whatever it is. Then second app gives us the disease thing. But what we are trying to work in the future is a recommendation system. So what happens is a farmer comes, adds in the image, the information is given. Now the farmer has two options. Using the predicted solution, he can directly go to the product section, look into the look into the options that we have given, already analyzed. Second, they can directly talk to the chat experts and all. Second of all, what is important is R&D is a continuous process. So first of all, when we go to the PhD specialist, they might recommend us to someone else. They might give us more information. They might themselves work on it. And everyone, like 58% of the population is dependent on farming. And it is a reality that 50,000 crores is lost. So we have a clientele ready for us.
Very far, you're already there.
Okay,
in terms of finding your client.
Yeah, got it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Gun FD. Judges note that the team ID is OIN07. OIN07 Gun FD. Meanwhile, OIN22 Vatten VETTEN, please be ready.
Don't play. बुलाओ.
Your time starts now.
Hello.
Team Gun FD, your time starts now.
Hello everyone. This is Ganati, and I'd like to start by saying that I'm pretty sure all of us have played some game at some point of our time. And we have built a multiplayer first-person shooter game. And in our game, we provide multiple guns. And guns have custom modifications. When I say modifications, I mean that you can have multiple attachments to the gun, like a suppressor, scope. And also, all of these attachments have skins on them. When I say skins, they're like paints. And so each unique modification of this gun is minted as an NFT on our website. So we have a game and a website. And yeah, I think that is where we should start our presentation. Yeah. So we'll have a QR up. I think we can pause it over here. I'd like to request the audience to scan this QR, and our website is hosted at one of the GoDaddy servers that were provided. So yeah, before going more into the game, I'd like to tell that on our website, we're allowing users to design custom guns and the skins and the attachments that go into it. And each uniquely created gun is minted as an NFT. And these NFTs are essentially 3D models that are provided as part of the game. So you could say that you're using the NFT as part of the game. And I think that would be our USP, where we're providing an NFT as part of the game. And there have been many games that provide skins as part of their game, but then none of them have unique skins, saying that there is only one player that owns a skin. And also, there have been many crypto games that are lying around, also NFT games, and none of them have been really fun. Like, they don't have the FPS edge to them, right? And all of them, like some games like CryptoKitties, if you've heard of them, I'm sure none of you have heard of it, right? So, yeah, what it is it's basically you're trading NFTs. It's like trading Pokemon cards. It's not really fun when you're doing it online.
So we're making it a lot more fun by giving you a first-person shooter, and your gun is your NFT, and the 3D model of it, essentially. And so, yeah. To give you a gist of how huge this market is, I think we'll have some of the stats that are running by. Yeah, it is actually a multi-billion-dollar industry, the gaming industry, and also um, just in India also, the Indian government has recently been supportive of esports and all of that. It's a really huge industry right now. And yeah, about what our USP would be is that we're providing NFTs as guns, right? And also that if, the uniqueness of NFTs as guns is what our USP would be. And yeah, I think we can keep it running. Yeah, and the problem with the skins in the past, what they have been in games, right? And I think all of you have heard of this game called Counter-Strike Global Offensive. There has been, yeah. So there has been a recent development that they had their monetization model based on skins like all of the other games, but then there was a duplication of all these skins, and all the duplicate skins were provided at a lower rate. So their entire monetization model fell, where people were buying skins at a lower rate than what they were providing, and the entire concept of skins actually fell badly. And our idea inherently solves this problem because every NFT is unique as part of being part of a blockchain, and also every image, or you could say on our platform it's a 3D model. Every 3D model is unique, so you cannot have one user, or you cannot have multiple users using the same skin or the same combination of skin and the suppressor or the scope that you have. I think, yeah, this is a metric that we have got, and it's a projection that in the next 5 years or until 2025, the amount of money being spent on in-game add-ons, in-game purchases, yeah, it is around 74. Okay, fine. Yeah, so yeah, I think we can skip the PPT and just go over to the demo right now. Yeah, this is our website. I'm pretty sure some of you have seen it on your mobile phones right now. Yeah, if we could go into one of the NFTs that we have made. Yeah, this is a FAMAS. I'm not sure if any of you are aware of this, but it's a pretty iconic gun. Yeah, and yeah, we provided a 3D animation of it, and also it can be spun around, and yeah, and yeah. Also, some of the other guns, I think, go over the AUG and the AWP. Yeah. Yeah, these are pretty iconic guns to some of the gamers that might be here, right? And also, one of the cool things that we made would be the gun lab, where users can design their custom guns based on some of the textures that we have provided. So you start with a base model of the gun, and then you can select the skin, and that would be applied to the gun. And now it has no suppressor and no muzzle, right? I mean, the muzzle is a suppressor and no scope. And for now, we're providing only 2 attachments, and the future scope would be a lot more attachments, right? And once you've selected yes, and then also the muzzle, and then you refresh the skin, they're applied to the gun. And yeah, maybe go over the other skins as well, Ankit. Yeah, and these are the exact guns that would be provided in the game, which we will be showing you in a moment. So yeah, these first, if they're not already there on the platform, you could mint these custom skins, right? And then people can buy it, and it's linked to their wallet ID. You have to be registered as a blockchain user or a user of crypto, right? And then that would be linked to the game, and you would have your custom skins load up in the game. And I think without further ado, we can start with the game's demo. Oh yeah, we'll speak about that later. Yeah, so this would be the loading screen. Right now, it's not like really great on the UI. We have a good map. The players are not really great. We have the guns loaded, and yeah. We lost the visual. Right, okay. While that loads up, we were informed in one of the judging rounds that we could expand this to more than just shooting games and not just to mature audience, right? There are games that are for kids and also like all ages. And so, okay, I'll get back to that later. Yeah, right now the players are looking really bad. Yeah, yeah, I think we can get back to the website now. Yeah, so what we were informed is not just for shooting games. Like if we could expand it in the future scope to games like other games, open world games, or even fantasy football, these kind of games. So we thought it would be better if we could have that before the final presentation. And so we made an NFT of a cap that could be applied to any model that walks in a game, right? So games like GTA and any open world games, you could have this on the person. And I think this is the model that we used for the cap on the player as well. I'm not sure if it was visible. Also, we have some shirt that could be used for like fantasy football and any player like who walks around. Yeah, and yeah, I think that would be it, right? Do we have anything? Yeah. Yeah, I think that would end our presentation.
Okay, it was a great one and different one. uh, my question mainly because you were saying buying NFTs and all that, and also connecting to the wallet to get it. Now, to do that, is it only in cryptocurrency mode, or is it going to be the regular whatever these things we use? What is the plan, and how is it now?
Right. For now, it's only on crypto, but then we've thought of this model where users don't have to really deal with crypto so much. We can have an abstraction where they're paying rupees,
Yes.
and then internally we're handling the transactions in crypto. So we have contracts that are like for the marketplace itself. We have the contract that has the balance of cryptos, right? But then if we build something like a modem for currency, that would be modulation and demodulation. So internally, it's converting into crypto, and every other end, every user's end, it's coming back as rupees. I think
Okay.
yeah.
All the more because I think the end audience you will be targeting will be starting with teenagers kind of a stuff.
Right.
So everybody will not be into the cryptocurrency if you plan one of that. Or even elders who will have to monitor them wouldn't be. So scale it up to something which is more feasible. Okay, and next question is, since we are talking of money again, as you know, anything dealing with transactions will have its own security impact and requirements. So what is your plan about it, and how is it planned? Is there a gateway to which you are connecting? And
Right now, we're only on the testnet of, we've used Polygon we've deployed the contracts on Polygon right now, and also Go Early, which is another Ethereum testnet. And yeah, we haven't thought really about the transaction security, all of that.
okay, yeah, okay.
So, one question I have are there any open standards for creation of these kind of, specific guns? Can I use these in any other game or in the metaverse?
Right. That is something I actually missed. We built the game on an open source engine called Unity, and these models that we made are in a format called GLTF. I think Ankit would be better explaining this, but yeah, I'll go ahead as well. What happens is all of these models, right, they're importable in any Unity game. So that would be our future scope. We're saying that these guns we are providing would be, or any NFT that we make, the cap or anything, could be importable in any game that's essentially on Unity. For now, I think we could have, I think even Unreal Engine uses the same format for having the 3D models. So I think, yeah, I think that answers this question.
Is based off.
Yeah, Unity is the game engine, I think, Ankit, would you like to
Like
answer
I
this?
would like to add some points to this. So basically, metaverse concept comes with the Unity and Unreal Engine. People create their metaverse in those type of library frameworks, and also they can create in React. 3 Fiber is a library which is offered from React, in which you can create your own metaverse on the web platform. So and there is also a feature called AR/VR experience through your social media application, which you use as a filters nowadays. So these models can also be used as a filter, and also they can be used. Suppose there is a person who is standing in metaverse in a game, or we can say a open world. So they can just try on these 3D models on themselves. We just have to scale these models based on their body size and whatever it is. We can use it.
So one follow-up question I have is, can your competitor, can they create a similar NFT and then there will be like multiple people using, the same skin, let's say, in a game, right?
Yeah, so people can use the same skin, but as I told you, so every 3D model is different in its own. So like number of vertices and edges is dependent, like every model depend on the number of edges and vertices. So all the texture which wraps it is unique in its own way. So we are focusing on that and creating the NFT, and we are providing that 3D model which has its own number of vertices and edges. So I guess they can create their own, but they can't copy what we are creating.
Yeah, although it might be very similar to what we have, it cannot be exactly the same.
Okay, so you have something in your algorithms and your 3D model which is making that gun unique in that
It's
way.
the algorithm that goes into NFTs and the file format, right? NFT is basically you're getting a contract saying that this digital asset is mine and it cannot be owned by anyone else. But the uniqueness is in the file format itself. So the GLTF format is, like he said, the vertices and edges. That would be like how, when you break down the 3D model into wireframes, how it would be different in the other models. And if it is different in a very small amount, then it would look the same and it might even feel the same. But yeah, these are the kind of compromises you would have to make.
Okay, yeah. So in the game demo, are you actually then authenticating the NFT ownership to the player before rendering the gun?
Not as of now. That we haven't been able to figure out. Like we have the things ready, all of it, and actually we are exporting the 3D models from the website, which are coming from IPFS storage, the 3D models, but we haven't been able to authenticate on Unity yet. I think that is something we should be working on.
Okay. So to that end, right, what is the advantage of like leveraging the distributed authentication of, the NFT blockchain underneath it versus, just the host of the game, right? Whoever is the gaming company which provides the server, them doing the authentication for you.
So when the whole this authentication is handled by the blockchain itself, right? So if the host is doing it, I don't think you have a way of saying that you have unique assets, right? Because you could have say that this user has, like you could in the end it would be rows and columns. So you could say this user has this asset like the NFT, I mean, or the gun itself. But then I don't think that brings the securities that you have or the uniqueness algorithm that you have with the NFTs inherently.
Hi, I like the idea. It was exciting. I want to extend what Satish asked because that question was important. Um, you are initially creating excitement that using NFT I can own my own design on the gun and how it looks and all that. But the moment you allow it to be replicated, even if it's a similar lookalike, doesn't matter, right? Whether there's a slight variation, the uniqueness goes away. Now, what confused me was initially you're providing that uniqueness, saying you can own your own design, and then you're providing a lab where I can create another design. Okay, which means once I see 100 guns in the game, the uniqueness of having that gun is gone. In the sense it cannot scale. Unless you start attaching something from the game to the gun, like the gun having a history or who owned it, or unless you make it a limited edition thing, or unless I say this is a gun that has so many number of kills over the years, or unless you add something else to it. This is clever, this is unique, but it won't easily scale. That's how I'm looking at it. You want to comment on that?
Yeah, so I'd like to say that, yeah, if someone can make the same model, like make it similar, it wouldn't be the exact same. They wouldn't be able to copy us. So they could make something really similar, but then they wouldn't, I don't think, like, there are no games that provide NFTs to be played with, right? As I said, there are NFTs, and then you're playing with them as trading. You're trading NFTs, but then they're not being provided as part of the game. Exporting the 3D model into the game itself was our USP. Like, that was the thing we had to work hard on. And I don't think anyone else has done this, but I don't think there's anything stopping them from doing so. But yeah, the history of the person, the number of kills, and there was actually this track called NF Thing as part of this hackathon. We thought that based on the number of kills or the ownership history, we would provide royalties to the previous owners. And yeah, we have had that idea, but haven't been able to implement it.
Very beautiful concept. I'm sure half of your peers, the students have already been wanting to try this. While it's exciting, I just wanted to touch base on two things. First, if you can repeat what is the objective of this project for you?
There is no social cause involved, first thing.
No, I'm not asking for any social cause, but what is the objective?
The objective is that players are spending a lot of money on skins, like in games like Valorant, and these are the games that are like really like a buzz right now. People are spending a lot of money on skins that aren't even unique, right? They're spending a lot of money. Like there is this survey that some person spent $4,000 on just to buy all the skins that are there in Valorant, and he's not getting anything unique, right? And the uniqueness point of it would be saying that I am the only one that owns this skin on the game, and everyone who plays with me, only they would be seeing that this person has a really good skin, and I can't own it. I think that is something we add.
Okay, so then I need to add upon what Mrs. Srivatsya was also saying. Once the person, I mean, you're not building it for one person, right? You need to be building it for vast, especially if you're looking at spreading it wide and large, globally. I mean, why not, Yeah. So you've got a lot coming. It's a very good concept, definitely something to think of, but there's a lot more that you can build on.
Yeah.
Okay. Second part of it, I just wanted to understand, I'm not sure if you've already touched based on that. What is the authentication part? How are you covering that?
The authentication part, we've been abstracted from it. We've made smart contracts. Like there is a standard called ERC 721, which is handling the authentication part completely. We focused on building the game and like just integrating things with the game and the blockchain and the website.
Sure, but something to think of later on, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Team NFT. Next up, we have OIN 22. Vatten, VETTEN, OIN 22. Please come up to the stage. Meanwhile, BCS12 quad blocks, please be ready. BCS12 quad blocks, please be ready. Judges, please note, the team presenting right now is OIN 22 Watton. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, on all present here. We are Team Watton, and we are working on an water-based project, which is smart water monitoring system. So our government tries to supply water to various parts of our country, but in some rural places, people just decide the quality of the water just based on its odor and color. Regarding this, our team has made a survey in a village in Chennai, which will be further briefed by our team member.
So we did a survey on a village in Chennai called Poondandalam village, and the water quality there was the water which they received through the taps were completely black in color, and the odor just evidently proves that the water was mixed with sewage content. So people, they complained to the authorities, but action was not taken. It took too long for action to be taken because the government needs to take the water, they need to do the sampling method to check what is the factor affecting the water, and only then they can come to a conclusion. So it took too long, and they were not able to use water. So they had to pay to use water for bottled waters. So for normal usage also, they were not able to use water. So this was the scenario in a village in Chennai.
So now let me get into the technical part of a project. So the proposed solution of a project consists of two major parts. Mainly, we have the quality module and the quantity module. The quality module consists of TDS, pH, and turbidity sensor. So this will give us the values of the quality of the water that is being given. And the quantity, we have water flow sensor for measuring it. And this is the basic hardware part which we are using. And as you can see, the data is being collected from all of these using all of these and transported to Arduino, and which is then transported to Firebase for the further communication with the app. And now my friend will explain about the application which has been developed.
Yeah, actually the values got from the Arduino Uno is sent to the ESP8266 module, and this module sends the values to the Firebase from which the mobile application can fetch the data. So if the data is below the threshold quality, we can stop the flow of water by setting up a solenoid valve, which will be stop the flow of water inside the system. And there will be a two-way structure where the wastage water will be sent to a purifier, and this purifier purifies the water to the user, and the user uses the water in a purified way. Where the water is pure, there is no need to go inside the purifier. The water can directly fetch into the user house. And what if our project is not only designed for individual houses, but it can be also be customized by using in apartments, industries and factories, and also in manufacturing companies. So in apartments, we can fix only one quantity module and one quality module for each houses, which will check the quality used by the user and the quantity which will be set up in the overhead tank. The overhead tank will be receiving all the water, and it will check for the quantity. So each user will be checking for the quality, and the appropriate tax will be provided by the quality meter, and the secure payment window on the mobile app can use to be paid to the tax generated by the app.
So this is the UI structure of ours, and the sensor connection is the Arduino, is a simulation which we have done. And so these are the proofs that there is sewage intrusion in water, and also by the PI standard, we have found that Delhi is the first city which has most worst tap water, and ranking by there's Jaipur and Chennai followed. So we wanted a project to be a prevention before cure, because any person who is going to be using the water will find if it's going to be impure when it is going to be in the physical form and odor form. So we will be preventing the water, impure water from getting into the household, and so there will be no usage of impure water. So what will the impure water be doing to our health, or what is the importance of the project? So this will be explained by my friend.
So we've just talked about the quality aspect of our project. The quantity aspect is our project contains a sensor called our project contains water flow sensor, which determines the amount of water used by a household. So we'll know exactly how much we have used, and our mobile apps also detects the tax bracket for the amount of water we have used. So we know how much we need to pay. Exactly we know for what amount of water, how much tax we are paying, and the divisions are perfectly shown in our mobile application.
Now we'll get into our demo version, sir. So I'll be, actually I have it in my own laptop, and I'll just show it to you, sir. So, the first, there are no personal starting readings of the meters over here. So now I'll be pouring in the normal tap water which we got from the taps. So, the readings that we got from the normal tap water are 7.8, 7.8, and the turbidity value is minus 5.1 NTU. So it is getting increased due to as the water moves through the pipe, and it is it is the normal top water. The pH is from 6 to 7, and it's not very much varied, and it's neutral, and so we can use it for our consumption. So next we'll be adding an acidic solution which we created. So the values started increasing after he started pouring. So now we have about 5.94, and it's decreasing faster, and 5.83, and the TDS value becomes lower, and the turbidity value also is getting less. May I come and personally show you the laptop, if it's okay? Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Now he'll be explaining about the applications demonstration.
Just a second, sir. 1 minute.
What are the benefits of having a project? We can detect hepatitis disease, and we have statistics that nearly 1 lakh children have been affected by this disease by using the water. Like which is impure, and also elderly person are affected using by gastrointestinal diseases also. These are all the most harmful effects of the water which is being used, but we think these water which is not impure is being only into the rural parts, but it is actually for us too, but we are ignoring in our busy life. And as time goes on, we'll feel the impact of it in our health. So this is the total, and so we built this solution to find and implement the quality and quantity meter. This can be customized too, so this will be a complete and a total water system for every household and also any municipality systems also, if they're going to be asking for it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, a couple of questions. I think. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. So, you mentioned that potentially you'd be able to detect in a GI disease causing bacteria or other such microbes in the water, right? Does that show up as differences in pH, TDS, these factors, or yeah, how does that show up here?
So we can find by using the pH, we'll be able to find if it's going to be impure. So and TDS, we will be able to find if it's going to be how much dissolved solids are there, sir. And as you asked, microbes and bacteria, it will affect the TDS, and also the turbidity will be increased by it. So turbidity will also be affected, so we can get it from there.
Okay. And how do you calibrate the thresholds for detecting or classifying between pure versus impure?
We have a BIS standard. We collected the data from the BIS standards, sir. So by the BIS standards, the pH values must be ranging from 6.5 to 7.5, and the TDS value should be 1 NTU, and the turbidity should be much lesser than 5 ppm. So this must be the threshold of the water that's been sent to every household.
Okay. And currently in the water supply system by the municipality, is that being checked at the supply stage or not?
No, sir. That's the main reason for bringing into the project.
Okay. Okay. Right. And how is the data from the Arduino, then coming to the phone? Is it through Bluetooth or?
No, sir. We are using a Firebase, sir. So there will be 3 steps. We'll get the data from the sensors, and it will be sent to the Firebase, and then it will store that, and then we'll be using the data from it by using fetching.
Okay, so Firebase is a cloud-based solution, so
yes,
then your solution needs to connect to the cloud.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And from the prototype you have done to take it to production, right? What might be things to do to enable, say, multiple such units to operate at the same time, etc.?
Yes, sir. Actually, we are planning on integrating the boards and make sure it will be much smaller size than the bigger sizes. But one plus for the project is that it's not going to be changing the system or going to be disrupting the system flow of existing pipes which is in the household. We're just going to be placing it in a small area between the connection from the source to the household. So it will not be that easy.
One question I have you done any studies on where the contamination happens the most in terms of the supply chain?
Yes, sir. Actually, the intrusion starts in the pipes area, sir, not from the storage areas. It starts in the pipe area, and the cities, as I mentioned, Delhi has the most worst, sir, and then we have Jaipur and Chennai, as I mentioned.
So you mean to say the sewage, or you mentioned about that, right? That kind of come into the pipes, and that's where the contamination happens more?
Yes, sir. The sewage intrusion is the most major thing due to which the water gets contaminated.
And this is in individual homes or places is what you are saying?
No, sir. It can be installed in individual houses, as well as it could be used in industries, factories, and especially for water providing stations. So we will have water tankers, right? So in such stations, we could install our products, sir.
Okay. The question was more about not installation, but where the contamination happens, right? So,
may I answer, sir?
Yeah.
It actually happens in the pipes only, sir.
Okay. Okay.
A good thought, and for a very noble cause, of course. So here I see that it's more of detective system, and it will be useful to know the data and then take action post detecting the stuff. Now, is there any ideas for preventive system?
So we can actually find as we are going to collect data, we can actually find which regions are getting frequently affected by this impure water intrusions. So we'll be able to detect it using ML, and we'll be implementing it in our project also, sir. Also, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the reason for this question was, now there is contamination. There might be a sensor which finds it. Is there any alarms that come out when your sensor has found something really alarming?
Yes, ma'am. If the readings generated through these quality sensors are below or above the threshold limit, we have a solenoid valve which arrests the water flow. So after which we could just raise a query to the authority, just explaining what just happened. And meanwhile, we would be incorporating RO process. So meanwhile, for those couple of days, it will be standardizing the other parameters for our normal daily water usage. So this is what happens when the quality is changed, basically.
Okay.
Hi. I just have a few questions. First of all, we have a lot many RO and all these solutions and filters already there in our households. Yes, the pH meter and the TTS module is something good. We having introduced that. And how are you trying to incorporate this in a flat system, for example, in an apartment, right? So you mentioned it's going to be at the source where the municipal water starts coming in, but that need not be the case every time because the storage, through the storage, there is a lot of pipes that gets collected, and runs through the entire apartment. So this needs to be incorporated or installed in a particular every flat, like how we are having our usual, the ones that we are having, right? The filter systems, etc. Right? So that's one point. If you have anything to add to it, yeah.
Actually, ma'am, I think the question was about individual houses in the place of storage. I'm not able to get it.
So when you mean storage, what storage?
So, ma'am, in an apartment situation, they have an overhead tank where the water is stored, and then individually every house receives water from there. So we do not need a quality meter for every individual houses in that case. So only the overhead tank requires a quality meter. So quantity meter every individual house requires in that case. So our project is customizable. So we can separate both units separately and then attach wherever we want. So on the basis of quality meter, the overhead tank can have a quality meter. And the quantity measuring meter, every individual house pipelines will get one.
Okay, understood. The second part of the question that I had was, how about maintenance? You have various products, or I don't know how exactly, I'm not very clear on that. So how is that maintained? So our replacements, or how long does it service?
Okay, ma'am. The sensors actually, all the sensors together work accurately for 3 years, and it gets deteriorated after 3 years, ma'am. But we can also calibrate them, and it will be better when we calibrate and it gets again.
So how is this being tested, or how are you going by, obviously when you say 3 years and all that, have you gone by some of the existing sensors and that's what you've reused?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, as you asked, existing solutions of the sensor modules, there are existing solutions in Singapore and Australia, ma'am. They have used these sensors in Singapore and Australia, and in Singapore it's costlier, and we are making it cheaper and cost-friendly for ourselves.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
So have you thought about integrating this in other existing solutions which are there, like a water level sensor systems, and can these be integrated in terms of to get you scale?
Sir, I couldn't get you, sir.
There are these water level sensors, right, which turn on and turn off the pumps, etc., right?
Yes, sir.
So can your solution be integrated in some of those? Can we have a
Yeah,
common
of
system?
course, sir. As we said, it is customizable. So, if an user requires such a model in this product, like an automated tank filling system, so even that we could install in this product, sir, as well. Our whole motto is bring everything under a single roof. So, a single solution to automate water system in our houses. That's it, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Wharton. Now we will have a short 20-minute lunch break. Before you leave, a few instructions. Participants, please note, do not mention your college name in your PPT. And apart from the 12 teams who will be coming here to do presentations, there are exclusive prizes from MLH. So please stay until the end for the valedictory. You can now leave for lunch break. We have a 20-minute lunch break, after which the presentations will continue. Thank you.
Need it in minutes? Just blink it. Download the Blinkit app now.
Nobody likes interruptions. Get an uninterrupted ad-free music experience with Amazon Prime Music.
So here we have this girl from Karnataka, Ananya Bhatt. She stole my heart with this one song. So, this is about a rural woman expressing her love for Shiva in her own way, in her own simple way, what she wants to do to him and how she feels about it. Here you have Ananya Bhatt singing for you her now very, very famous song all over the world, and So Jugada.
We have BCS12. I repeat, BCS12 quad blocks. Next up, hello. Next up, we will have AVI07 revenants. AVI07 revenants. Also, judges, please note, due to time constraints, we will be having a buzzer. Hello. Due to time constraints, we'll be having a buzzer after 5 minutes of Q&A. Thank you. Team BCS12 quad blocks, all the best. Your time starts now.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. We are the team Quad Blocks, and we together presenting our project Crip Blocks. Sorry, Crip Caps. Myself, Vishak, and as you can see, yeah. Not only in Bangalore, in most of the metropolitan cities in India, the major problem today we are facing is from the taxi industry. I think most of you have been experienced this problem that in recent times we are facing this decline in the service of this taxi system. I guess I have been reading newspapers from some time, and it's just like every alternate day we are getting news about the Ola, Uber or centralized applications and their failure and the drivers leaving out of the organization. And the initial process of this whole thing starts when these companies were in their initial stage. Initially, they were taking only some 20 to 30% of the profit which they had. But once the COVID was on and post-COVID time, they just increased their stakeholding to some 60%. Actually, stats was told by one of the judge yesterday for our team. So this is a huge amount. Due to this, both drivers and users are facing huge problems because drivers can't pay their EMA and they are in deep trouble. And due to price surge, users are facing a huge problem. So we have come up with an application called as Crip Caps, which is basically a decentralized application which clearly connects peer-to-peer rider and the driver. So basically, we are removing the middleman so that the entire transaction will be between the rider and the driver. So if I want to say the silent applications of our project, the one is basically the core of blockchain technology which we have, that is decentralized peer-to-peer network. As I told, we are completely eliminating the middleman and we are connecting these two people so that the transaction can be very smooth and beneficial for both of them. It's like a win-win situation for both the sides. The second application being encryption of user data in blockchain. This is like the core of the blockchain. Means data security has been a huge issue today nowadays, and this has been addressed here. And we have added some more features like reputation system, and we have made our own tokens and payments. Yeah. These are some of our other features. We'll let you know in the further section. This is the existing flow, that is centralized network which we have, and we are shifting this centralized network to decentralized system through our application. And within the time stipulated of 2 days, we have built the application to some extent, and we are planning to expand our application in many ways. Like we are planning to work on ride matching systems, user or driver data inscription model, unique reputation system for drivers, and we are trying to bring back the traditional model, that is bargaining system. Without wasting much more time, I'll take you to the our project. One second. Yeah, this is basically the interface of our project. This is basically the interface of our project. If we give the launch app, we can see that we have 2 ways to go. Means we can go as a user way, or in terms of the driver also, we can make entry. For timing, we'll log in as user. Yeah. And the data is stored in local blockchain. This is one of the main application of the blockchain system, and using smart contracts, we are storing these user data in blockchain so that they are safe and encrypted. Yeah, once we get login into the application, yeah, we have the basic interface here. The UI is not that good, but still we have the basic facilities. To the right end of the model, we can see that once you log into the system, your application gets connected to the MetaMask. You have to connect your MetaMask to the application. Yeah, you can have the address over there. And next to it, we have token systems. As I told, we have created our own tokens through which we are transacting. Yeah, we have named it as CC, and we can even transact with these tokens. And the salient feature being, it is trustable and liable also. We have liquefied this token using applications so that even if some stock crashes or anything such happens, it will be stable enough. Yeah. And moving further, we'll just go to the application. We'll select to and from where we have to travel. For timing, we'll just I'll take some applications. You have different cars. You can select any one. The one thing you have to do is we have to give the access to the location and done. Yeah, you can go for booking the ride. As soon as you book the ride, you will be taken to the mainstream where you will be asked like confirm the ride with the amount. The clarification will be asked with you, and once you sign in, the transaction is will be to the further steps. Now the payment status gets activated. Driver, so that once the other users gets login, he can get to know the driver how good he is. We can use rating system and cancel the ride also. If you didn't like the ride or you got any other you can cancel the ride, or you can go with the payment. Yeah, once the payment is done, it will again the MetaMask pops up and paying some gas fees, you can confirm the transaction. You are done, and your transaction will be loaded in the smart contract. You can using Etherscan. Yeah. You can see that the to and from status here, the address of the MetaMask has been displayed. Actually, the complete transaction has been happening here, so he can easily work on. The one thing I would like to mention is we are still working on the ride matching system. Actually, ride matching system is very much essential. Due to time constraint, we couldn't achieve, but we are completely we're ready to build that application so that the application will become more reliable and trustable. Yeah, this is the user point of view. Once we log out and come through the driver point of view, we have other facilities. Yeah. Here also, like the previous one, we have the login system. You can log in with your credentials, phone number, and again, it will be encrypted and stored in the local blockchain system. Yeah. As I told, we have introduced a special feature which separates us from the other application, that is reputation system. Here we have taken the scores from different centralized applications, and even we have our own rating so that the user can get to know how the better the driver is. We have set features. If he set features, he'll be up to date with that rankings. Yeah, we're storing this in the network, and we're getting some reputation score through which we can judge the driver, and this is like some cool feature which we have. The main thing which I want to mention here is what I feel and my team feel is the actual blockchain is a very huge field, but the actual application of blockchain is still to be explored. We are lost in some fancy steps, but the real application of blockchain is about the encrypting the data or storing the data in a secure way. So I think we have to explore the actual depth of the blockchain in the right way. I think it's the right day-to-day application, and I can say it's a burning hot issue in the today's society, and we are addressing this issue through our application. Yeah, and this is the overview of the application. We are ready to build, means we are planning to build, adding many more features. Like one is being the, as I told, reputation system. We want to more update the reputation system using the dynamics. Means we want to take the reputation system more dynamically rather than storing the data. That's one thing. As I told, bargaining system. What I feel is today we have lost our own old traditional model, that is bargaining system. We are planning to introduce our bargaining system so that the rides will be cheaper for the user, and driver can also compromise with some issues. This is the second point, and third point is very important point is privacy. Privacy is must in today's generation, and we are planning for some encryption models so that the application remains really safe and secure for the transactions. These are the important 3 features that we are planning to add. And you can ask me that how will you run the application? If you give the service for free to the society, you can't run the application, right? So we are up to some plans that we can convert the bill which we get into NFT tokens. So through which we can get the income. We are still working on it, and using some algorithms we can definitely crack that so that we'll get the income. And even subscription model is a great example. Actually, some of the application in today's society, like some of the apps, run on subscription model. Like implementing subscription model here actually is a very good idea, and we're planning for that. This is just a prototype, expand and overviewing this will be a great thing and very helpful for the society. Thank you very much. Yeah.
There are, I think, couple of government apps or platforms which have been launched, right? One is that Open Connect is one initiative, right, for seller and buyer onboarding kind of thing. And the second is something which government of Karnataka is also doing for, right? So are they competing with you in some of those aspects?
No, not really. We are trying to build the application in decentralized way. Yeah, as you said, recently Karnataka government launched an auto application which was built by Auto Association of Karnataka, but it's like slightly different. It's related to like old traditional models like Ola, Uber, such type of applications, but they are compromising with the rates, and means they are having fixed rates. And actually, in yesterday's newspaper, government has stated the order that these companies, these drivers has to fix certain price so that the users should not be exploited.
You're showing here about aggregating ratings from Ola and Uber. That's obviously proprietary information from each of these platforms, right? How would you be able to access that and aggregate that?
Yeah, thinking of the practicality of the application, instead of we directly competing with Ola, Uber right now in the market, we can just do some kind of a collaboration or some kind of it, and we can promote decentralized applications in this way, so that only we can get at least the rating data of each driver or the one which register on both the sites or both the platforms, and we can aggregate those data.
Adding to the point, what we initially thought was to get some reputation standard for the application. Means our reputation score should be a standard so that the other users can get to know how better the data is. Means the centralized application can also see the score and decide on the rates or the quality of the drivers, instead I can say.
Okay. And then in the application that you built, right, there is the driver rating. Is that also part of the blockchain?
No. As I told, it's in our plan that we are trying to build some ML algorithm so that we can store this data in blockchain also. But at present, it's not in blockchain. But we definitely have a plan that we convert this into a decentralized system so that it will be much more cooler.
Cool.
And adding to that point, we have given some reputation score here. So this will be based on only our platform.
Yeah.
So we'll consider some algorithms, and we'll integrate some of the key features like driver customer interaction, all those things, and we are trying to give some reputation score.
But that's not on the blockchain, so it's not kind of authenticated, right?
Only the reputation score details and all will be stored on blockchain.
Okay.
But the algorithm doesn't. We might want to run on classic Web 2 servers.
Okay.
Actually, running a complete Web3 application is very difficult now, but we are trying to maximize the maximal application of the blockchain technology which we have, but somewhere or the other hand, we have to use the Web2 technology that we have done. Going on purely 100% blockchain is way too high at present rate, which what we think. Yeah, in further days, it will be good enough, I guess.
Sure, thanks.
Hey.
Hi.
Just a quick one. what is the concept behind this bargaining, introducing bargaining again? I mean, the bidding system. It's not completely a bidding kind of a thing that you called it.
Yeah.
So what is the thought process of getting the bargaining system? Because it's not always a positive thing, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we right now maybe the auto drivers or the taxi drivers who are associated with Ola, Uber, etc. They're paid less. Agreed. What is the thought behind bargaining system being brought back?
Yeah, actually, in traditional Web2 applications, what we see, the drivers doesn't know how much amount they get from this actual ride. If they select, they only get to know the distance, and both the parties know that it is quite high price. Uh, it might be a situation that uh, the driver will also know. So at the time, in case of like what I faced in last recent 2 months ago, uh, it is it is okay to bargain when there are old people traveling. They are okay to bargain, and the drivers can understand those things.
Okay.
So we are trying to implement those kind of algorithms.
Yeah. So I think just a suggestion, then it would. Yeah, I mean, rather than calling it a bargaining system, right? Probably you can introduce something like a minimal fares based on the demographic details and things like that. Something of that sort. Because bargaining, nobody is going to be comfortable with. I mean, I know what happens, right? The hassle that the user has to go through when auto says, "Ila baralla, I'm not coming. Ila 150 kodi, 200 kodi." That's not something. That's a situation that anybody wants to go. And this web base is made so that it is hassle-free for the user as the travelers as well, right? So maybe just a suggestion.
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah,
a very
sure.
good concept. Thank you.
Sure, consider this. Thank you very much. We open for sessions. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Team Quad Blocks. Next up, Revenants, please be ready. Meanwhile, we have MLH, Major League Hacking, Ashwin here, who will be giving away the prizes for the winners. The MLH special prizes will be given next. We would like to call upon AVI07 Team Revenants. AVI07 Team Revenants. Please come on to the stage. AVI07 Team Revenants. In the track AR, VR and IoT. Team Revenants, are you here?
He's asking me to bring this. We are they're just coming in. They are connecting with the Wi-Fi now.
Meanwhile, OIN18 Team Delight, please be ready. OIN18 Team Delight, please be ready.
Hello, hello, hello.
Also, I request Team Parl from Dish Network, please go outside the ESB seminar hall. Team Parl from Dish Networks. Parlay. Team Parlay from Dish Networks sponsor track.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello.
1 minute. Judges, please note, this is AVI07, Team Revenants. AVI07, Team Revenants. All the best. Your time starts now.
Everyone, we are Team Revenants, and we are here to show Cyclo, which is a safety and health monitoring system. When we talk about health, what are the metrics that comes to our mind? It may be the calories that you have burned, your heart rate, the distance you have covered, etc. So if you have the next slide, features that our product provides are way more than what you would expect. When we talk about the safety features, the roads of India can be harsh. And if you are a bicyclist, it can be way more harsh. So what we have tried is of installing a proximity sensor at the behind of our bicycle. It can track any incoming vehicles, and then it would caution the cyclist, and then he can act accordingly. So this is how we are planning to mount the device on our bicycle. The microcontroller and LCD display unit would be on the handle of the bicycle, and the proximity sensor would be behind, probably on the back seat. Some that are currently available in the market. See, these products are really expensive. Offering are products that are cheap. It's really expensive, and the one is really cheap, but the odometer we offer hardware implementation of our project. Now Rahul will demonstrate.
Hello everyone. So in this project, we have implemented a basic microcontroller which is Arduino Uno, and we are interfacing it with a ESP8266 Wi-Fi module. And our main statistics which we are measuring here is the heart rate of the cyclist, that is the real-time heart rate, and we are going to measure and display it in the real time in the LCD display, as we have told you earlier that it will be mounted on the handlebar of the bicycle, so the cyclist can track his or her real-time heart rate on the LCD display itself. Also, we have also used DHT11 ambient temperature and humidity sensor to track the temperature of our surroundings, and we can also track the temperature of our cyclists, so that using these two data of temperatures, we can give some advisory messages on our LCD that, for example, if the cyclist has pushed himself or herself too much and their body temperature has gone above a certain value of 37 degrees Celsius, so we can display a message that you need to slow down a little bit, or you have to maintain your average BPM and something like that. And furthermore, these features concern the healthcare monitoring system of the device, and we have also tried to implement some prototypes of the safety mechanisms for bicycles, such as Pradeep told you that we are mounting a proximity sensor on the back side of the bicycle. So what it does it, for the prototype we are using a ultrasonic sensor, but in actual practicality we can use different sensor which much more precise value and much more greater range. What we are doing here is, whenever a cyclist is cycling on normal commercial roads, not on track, so what he or she faces difficulty is that they have to turn their heads backside in some period of time to see if something is coming or not, and if some obstacle is there behind, and they have to adjust the speed accordingly. So for that we have used the proximity sensor, and we are displaying the distance of the bicycle's back to the obstacle, so that the cyclist can get cautious about it and act accordingly. Furthermore, we have tried to implement an accident alert system using a gyroscope sensor and an accelerometer. So what it does, it like calculates your acceleration values and the rotation values of the bicycle, and if the bicycle meets with an accident, so these values will go like crazy. So it will be tracked to call an API protocol, like it's a applet which is hosted on the website. So what it does is that on the Android application website side of things, we have taken concern number from the authorities of the person, so that we can inform them if they are meeting with some like accident through emails and personal SMSs. So that's the like major overview of our product, and we'll like get to know more about it in the demonstration. So, as I told you that we are not only reading data from the sensors and displaying it on the LCD screen or on our screen. So what we are doing is we are analyzing the data, like the temperature data of the ambient, like ambience, and the temperature data of the cyclist, to suggest that if the cyclist has to like power through more or is underworking, and he or she can maintain his or her efficiency accordingly. Furthermore, we have as I told you, we have tried to implement some safety features. So we will move forward to the next slide. Now, in our like product like device thing, we are trying to implement 4 features. So these are the pipeline of those 4 features. The first is real-time heart rate monitoring. So it will be monitored through our MAX 10302 heart rate sensor, and the real-time data will be stored in our database through an API call, and that will be like used to calculate the calories burned during each ride, and that will be displayed on the application and website side of the like project. And the second feature we are trying to implement is the that same thing is measurement of temperature of cyclists in the environment. So constant monitoring is like being done, and like we can give some advisory note to the cyclist that like you need to slow down or go fast to maintain your efficiency. Now going forward, we can show you some UI of the app. We will also be demonstrating that how our app works. So the first is we have implemented a timer. So that timer tracks the particular data in a particular time frame, and then displays the data in that particular time frame accordingly. Also, we have implemented a community side of things in our application, so that the like-minded people can come together and like talk and share their photographs and interact with each other, so that the audience is being engaged in the like application and the environment. Now, the tracking and displaying of our data kind of process is also there in our application, where we can display and like visualize many kind of data, such as your calories burned, your like average of the heart rate, and your like real-time heart rate and everything. Furthermore, we have also implemented a leaderboard. So what it does is that when a new user joins the community, he or she will start with 0 kilometers average distance, and as he or she will start cycling using our own product, so that we can track the all the data. So they will gain some points, and they will go up to the up in the leaderboards. Now this is the UI of our website. We'll be showing more in like the original website, and let's proceed with the demonstration. So wait a second. Let me connect a wireless camera first. Connect, please. So wait a second. So you can see like the size is very small, but you can see it's fine, no? Okay. So here in the app, in the main thing is the first parameter which we are displaying is the heart rate, and this is the heart rate sensor which we are interfacing. Like you just have to put your finger in this, and the heart rate will be measured. Like it takes 2 or 3 samples to measure the accurate data, and after that, like it displays pretty stable data of a heart rate, and every sample of the heart rate is being stored in the real-time database through our API calls. So that is for the heart rate. Now for the proximity sensor, as we can see that it has a range of like 4 meters. Okay, so we are using a simple ultrasonic sensor, and we can see like if currently it is sensing that if you are here. So I'm pointing it in a direction where there is no obstacles up to 4.5 meters, so it is telling that there are no obstacles. But as soon as an obstacle comes, here one of you please now. So like it will sense the like instantaneous distance between that sensor and the obstacle, and we have also implemented a system where we have like introduced a buzzer. So what it does is that if the value is like no obstacle here, and if a obstacle comes suddenly out of nowhere, so it will implement a buzzer. Yes, so that is for the like proximity sensor kind of things, and the rest of the things we are not displaying it because they are more of analysis kind of thing. Like we are trying to display the final message rather than the actual data. So if the temperature of the cyclist goes beyond like 37 degrees Celsius, so we will display on the sensor that you have to rest for a little bit, and rather than like displaying it on the actual temperature on the display. And same thing goes for the environment. So we are tracking the environment temperature for a particular reason. So we have researched that it is advised that for every hour you need 750 ml of water during summers. Like if the temperature is more than 35 degrees Celsius, you need a minimum of 750 ml of water intake. So for that, we are going to divide it in a quarterly basis, and we are going to give an alarm, like you have to take a short beep that you need to take your water, like a sip of water, and it's like that thing. Now moving forward with our like accident prevention alert. So, 1 second. So if I can show you in my serial monitor, now it is detecting the normal room temperature. Okay, so we have implemented a hold. So when I'm I'll hold my device and give it a jerk, the normal room temperature will like stop, and it will go to the API call section. Wait a second. I think I've selected the wrong. One second. So in this we are using like two different serial ports, so it was selected the different one. So now you are seeing that it is the heart rate sensor data which we are displaying on the serial, and when we give it a shake, you can see that a large data flow, and if we read it, it is like connecting to our applet which is hosted online, and like we can get that message on your email. That's it.
Thanks for the presentation. So, a question. So, what's the kind of like the form factor you're imagining for this? It's mounted on the handlebar?
Yes, the display and the microcontroller unit will be mounted on the handlebar. Only the proximity sensor will be mounted on the back side of the vehicle, so we can detect the obstacles on the back side of the vehicle.
What about the temperature and heart rate sensor?
The temperature and heart rate sensor and heart rate sensor will be connected through it will be connected from the main unit through wires, and it will be we will be using a magnetic connector to fix it between the brake handles, and the actual sensor will also have magnetic connectors, and you can mount it on your fingers. So when you hold your brakes, the magnetic connectors get in contact, and you can the data will flow. And if by chance you need to take your hand off in an emergency, you can take it off like that, and when you put it back, it will the signals will continue.
Okay.
And the ambient temperature sensors and all the other sensors like the gyroscope and accelerometer and everything are in the same unit as in the microcontroller and display. So that complete unit will be mounted on the handlebar only.
So, why not integrate it with a smartwatch? Most of the things are already there, right?
Yes, sir. So, but in the commercial smartwatch, we do not have the access to get the data directly because they are not open source. And although if we get the access also, the data which is monitored by the smartwatch, it's not in actual real time. It takes some samples of 10 to 12 seconds, and then it takes they take accuracy into account as a very big factor. But when you are monitoring anything real time, like if you are a cyclist, so you have to maintain a particular average beats per meter for your heart rate. For in that, if you get one or two inaccurate values, it's not a problem because it keeps on changing. So the smartwatch does something in a different way. So it uses samples 10 to 12 samples, and they do it in an average way and display you a single result, which is a sample of a longer period of data, and it's not in real time.
Okay.
So the data that you want to collect or wherever you're storing, Is it going to be in connection with the person's identity or
So, ma'am, we are only like we're requiring to like register on our platform. So the basic data will be taken from him, like the name and username and password, and like all the data which we are taking, like the device will be synced with his profile, and all the heart rate data and the calories burned they will all be displayed in their account section in the Android application and the website.
And this can be accessible by somebody else who's at
No,
home?
no, no. It will be completely private for like if you are only logging in, then only you can see your data.
Okay. Now, just to enhance this module as such, like if there's a cyclist who's gone and if this family wants to have a check on if there's anything like that, so is it possible that they can observe these ratings or whatever, what that person is trying to get the alerts or anything like that?
Ma'am, like I think it's a matter of privacy if the person is above 18 years. So they like everyone will not want to someone else, like even their family members, to know their location. But we can implement a system like this where we can put a message that do you want your family members or your concerned members to know your location? Then we can use a GPS module and send the coordinates location accordingly to them also. Because here we are using a Wi-Fi sensor, so making API calls is very easy. If the person has registered a nominee that can access his or her actual location data, then we can send the data to him if they are registered.
More than the location, I was trying to see that factor that you are trying to bring here, because you're saying if the person's heart rate increases or his temperature increases or something, that means to say that his health has gone little different from actual normality. That means that has to be somewhere alerted to somebody who can take action in case it is an emergency. So that's the reason I'm trying to bring that point.
Actually, ma'am, the problem statement we're trying to tackle is not something something kind of an illness. Okay, there are some variations when you are exercising than the normal values. So the variation will be not that much. Like if the normal heart rate of a person is 72, and if he goes way overboard, then also the heart rate will be around 120 and 130 only. So if it goes above 150 and 160, then we can alert the concerned persons that we have already taken the numbers of as an accident alert. We have already taken the numbers, so we can alert them also.
And my other question, I don't know if I was the one who didn't follow this properly. When you say obstacle behind, what is that obstacle behind? Isn't that the cycling person is moving forward and obstacles in front has to be alerting?
I'll tell you with an example. Like when we are driving on Indian roads, so there are many crossroads and vehicles come in from very different directions. Okay, so when you are cycling, there might be a bike or a car which comes at a particular speed and then gets behind you and wants to overtake you. And for that, the cyclist only has to adjust and move to the side of the lane so that they can overtake them and they can go. So for that, every time cyclist has to turn behind and see if something is there or not. So for that, we can display the instantaneous distance between the cycle and the obstacle behind, so that he can act accordingly and can move to side without turning his head backwards.
Okay. Fine, thanks.
Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Just an announcement, is team Genshi guys present in the hall right now? Genshi guys? BCS 11. Thank you, Revenants, for your presentation. I would now like to call upon NF Thing, our sponsor track, to come onto the dais to give away the prize for the sponsor track winner.
Hello everyone. So this is the Genshi guys are the winner for our track. They were working on our industry-based problem statement, and I think they did a fantastic job over the 36 hours. I also want to take this opportunity to thank RIT as well as CentuRITon for the amazing hospitality and just making us welcome for the last 2.5 days. Thank you very much, and congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, Jenchi guys, and thank you NF Things for the sponsor track winner announcement. We also have Ashwin with us, who is from MLH, Major League Hacking, who will also be telling out the category prizes for the events that happened during the hack.
Is this working? Yes, that is working. All righty. Interesting. All right. Okay, folks, if you applied to the MLH sponsor track, MLH partner tracks, this is the time that you have been waiting for. We are going to announce the MLH partner tracks, and I'm so excited. I want to start by, is this audible enough? Is this audible back enough? Awesome. So I want to start by thanking all of you around here who spent 36 hours hacking in this venue non-stop. I'm so excited to see what amazing projects they built out here. Thank you so much all the hackers who spent their time traveling all the way to this place to hack out. Thank you so much the judges for spending their time and deciding who the winners are. But thank you to all the mentors and all the organizers who made this possible. Now, in this hackathon, we had a whopping 230 check-ins. Wow, that is amazing. With those check-ins, we had 55 projects of submissions throughout this hackathon. Now, out of those 55 tracks, we brought a lot of partner prizes for you because we want to celebrate, all those amazing resources that you have made. So we bought partner prizes for all of you, and we got a ton of submissions in those partner prizes. Now, are you all ready to hear the prizes? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. I guess they did not have lunch. Did they have lunch? I'm not sure. Okay, so the best sustainability hack sponsored by Avanade. You had to create a hack which has to be sustainable enough. It has to be sustainable centric. There were so many projects centered around farming and agriculture and pollution and stuff like that. Any guesses who won the best sustainability hack by Avanade? Can we have a drum roll, please? And the winner of Best Sustainability Hack sponsored by Avanade is Axle Machines. Can we have a round of applause for Axle Machines? Axle Machines, are you here? Please come to the stage. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Awesome. Congratulations, Axle Machines. You get amazing Lego sets for you. This is for you. This is for you. Come here. These two are awesome. Thank you so much, Axle Machines. You had a great project. Now, coming next to Auth0, the authentication partner. If you integrated Auth0 to add authentication to your project, you are eligible to win this prize. The winner of Auth0 is, any guesses? The winner is Phantom Troop. Round of applause for Phantom Troop. Do we have Phantom Troop here? Awesome. Phantom Troops, you get Auth0 Tumbler, Rubik's Cube, and amazing stickers shipped directly to your address. All right, we have your address. Let's take a photo for that. Round of applause for Phantom Troops. Awesome, thank you so much. Now moving next to my personal favorite, most creative use of GitHub. As a GitHub campus expert, I love using GitHub, and there were some very innovative uses of GitHub that we saw throughout this hackathon. We saw people creating beautiful readmes, using pull requests, using issues to save their time while collaborating online. Now, do we have any guesses who won the most creative use of GitHub? Can we have drum roll, please? The winner of most creative use of GitHub is Team Phoenix. Round of applause. Where are you, Team Phoenix? Wow, they're still working on our project. Awesome. Someone says, Phoenix, you get GitHub sticker puzzle, GitHub swags shipped directly to your address. Congratulations, I'm so proud of you. Awesome. Thank you so much, Team Phoenix. We loved your use of GitHub. Now, we have one more prize to give away, and this is the most fun. We have GoDaddy registries for everyone here to register. Now, we wanted to award this to the most fun, the most impactful domain from one of the teams that chose it. So the winner of Best Domain Name by GoDaddy Registry goes to Team Kind Bridgers. Do we have Kind Bridgers on the team? Amazing. Round of applause for Kind Bridgers. You get wireless earphones, ring light, and night light sunglasses shipped directly to your address by GoDaddy. Thank you so much for participating in this. Round of applause. Awesome. Thank you so much, Kind Bridgers. Now, I have a prize for all of you. Since you all spent 36 hours spending in this hackathon, I want to give all of you an iDemo sticker specially made for CentuRITon. To get this, make sure you have your address at hackpack/address. Just click a photo of this. We will also share this in the Telegram channel. Make sure you have your address submitted to this. And I want each one of you to keep that as a reminder of this hackathon. Yeah, take your time. Awesome. We are going to share this in the Telegram channel too. Now, iDemo stickers are unique to hackathon. So if you go to a next MLS member event or a first party hackathon, you get unique iDemo stickers for that hackathon. And I personally like to collect them like Pokemons and other cards. Now, with that said, thank you so much for all of you for sticking around. And I hope you had fun. I hope you meet new people. I hope you build some amazing projects. I can't wait to see what you do in the community and the hacker space. If you like to continue, join the MLH community, join the CentuRITon community. I'm so excited to meet you all around there. With that said, my name is Ashwin Kumar Uppala. Thank you so much for joining me, and have a great day and happy hacking.
Thank you so much, Ashwin, for that exciting prize distribution, and congratulations to all the winners. Now we will continue with the presentation round. I would like to call upon Team Delight, OIN 18, Team Delight. Meanwhile, AML 06, Drone Acharyas, please be ready. AML 06, Drone underscore A underscore Charyas, please be ready.
Duplicate group.
The team presenting right now is OIN 18, Team Delight. All the best. Your time starts now.
Hi everyone. Cool good afternoon to the respected judges over the stage and my dear co-participants. We are Team Delight I am Hemashri, Sai and Anil are here to present our idea, which is nothing but a virtual mouse control for handless people. So what it means? Before explaining my statement, so let me give you a brief introduction. So our daily life, from the day we wake up and the same day we go to bed, is completely based on the using of technology, and completely we are assisted with the internet usage. So in India, in 2011 census, our Indian population is of 121.08 crores. Among them, 2.6 crores people are disabled. In that particular domain, 78 lakh people are limbless, means they don't have hands. And then in 2021 census, our Indian population has increased to 139.3 crore. And in that, 3.48 crore people are disabled. Keeping aside, 1.04 crore people are limbless. It means the people with no hands are increasing day by day. But they are also very interested, enthusiastic to use the technology, internet, whatever the advanced facilities provided by our nation. So what they will think is, I can't do anything, what I have to do, I have to ask the help of others. So they will feel depressed, or sometimes there will be a back ahead. So let me consider a small use case. I don't want to hurt anyone, just a small use case here. For example, we all are participating in this hackathon for 2 days. Let us consider a person participating in the hackathon don't have hands, but he is a very good knowledge and stuff person. So what will he do? His brain says ask help of some person to code. But if he asks, what responses he may hear? That, sorry bro, I'm busy, I can't, I have to do my project. So all these kind of stuff he will listen. So what will he do? So he'll sit silent, even though he is knowledged. So why can't we make them independent? Not completely, but up to some extent. So the solution is, we are operating the digital devices like laptop, computer, whatever, with the help of mouse and keyboard events. So we are assigning those tasks not with the hands. We are providing an alternative, which is nothing but the head movements and facial expressions. Whatever the mouse operations will be done by the mouse will be controlled by the facial expressions. For example, when we want to move the cursor towards right, just move your head towards right. Similarly, when we want to move the cursor towards left, move your head towards left. Similarly, up and down. Whenever you want to right-click the operation, just blink your right eye. And whenever you want to perform the left-click operation, just blink the left eye. So why deactivate and activate methods are used? I want to perform some action, and I have to sit idle until the process is completed. So if it doesn't get deactivated, then what will happen? It will continuously read the input. So we have to activate and deactivate whenever we require. So this is the procedure in which the video will be taken as input, and this video will be divided into the frames using OpenCV. So then our face will consist of 64 coordinates, and those coordinates will be calculated aspect ratios. So we based on the calculated aspect ratios, we are assigning a particular operation, either it is a cursor control or a click control. After assigning this, whenever the user is performing some task, it calculates the aspect ratios again manually. So it will compare the calculated and already presented values. If those values are matched, then it will perform the particular operation, either it is a right click, left click, movement, whatever. So it doesn't provide a complete sense. Means if I am handless, but I want to write a document, but I can't click on every single word to write a whole document. So I have to provide other alternative too. So it is nothing but providing a voice control. So for that, we have to import some built-in libraries in Python like speech recognition and PyTTSX3. This will provide the user, and it will convert the speech given by the user as an input into the text. So these are the existing ideas like voice assistant, but it can't perform all the operations, just it can perform the search operations in Amazon or Google, etc. But and other alternative is hand gesture recognition, which is nothing but it is famous, but not useful to the people who are not having hands. It means it will do that when the user moves the hand towards left, it will move the cursor towards left. Similarly, so all the tasks. And wearable keyboard and mouse. It is expensive and not able to, it is not budget friendly to all the people. So we came up with this idea which doesn't cost anything to any user. So thank you. We'll just play a video of this. Whenever he opens the mouth, it gets activated and it is reading the input from the user. Based on the movement of the person, the cursor is moving towards left, right, up and down. He opened the Chrome with right click. The microphone is taking the input from the user and it will delay the 3 seconds. Why delay means it has to complete the input. Whether it is completed or not, it has to wait for some time. So we kept the delay as 3 seconds. And then he closed the Chrome. Similarly, whatever the applications we want to perform, we want to do, can be done with this all the operations. So shall we show demo to you?
Sir, can I present it? Because I cannot present with standing here. Because I have to sit and present. No, sir.
Yes, sir.
User interface inputs, alternate methods in your research, what other alternate methods can be there?
For face detection.
And
Sir, we have used Python inbuilt modules here, which is very easy to implement. But other alternatives for detecting the face is face recognition algorithms, which is FaceNet. And for using voice inputs, AWS Cloud is the best. But we don't have complete knowledge on that, so we didn't embed it in that.
No, sir, we have did on FaceNet. By using neural link, the time complexity will increase, no, sir. It is taking more time. With the help of FaceNet, we can easily calculate the aspect ratio of eye and mouth. At dynamical time, it can, within fraction of seconds, it will calculate the aspect ratios.
All right. So currently, what is the kind of resources your model is taking? And if it has to be actually running continuously all the time in the background, what optimizations do you see you need to do?
We have to import dlib, sir. In that, we have to predefine data set where 68 coordinates of our face will be noted. At nose point, it is 34 coordinate, where if we move the mouse point towards left, the cursor will move towards the left. Whereas 6 coordinates will be there at each eye. With that 6 coordinates, we can calculate the aspect ratio of eye at that particular time. With same wise, the coordinates are available for mouth also. We will also calculate the aspect ratio at mouth for activate and deactivate methods.
Yeah, so my question more is that currently, let's say it's consuming whatever, 20%, 50% of CPU, or what is that number? And do you need to, optimize it so that it can actually be running in the background without, say, preventing other things from running?
The value can be set dynamically, sir. For different persons, the distance between the eyes and the mouth varies. So based on the user's perspective, we have to set the values dynamically. Once the values are set, then the operations can be performed continuously.
Okay. Okay, that's it.
So moreover, using camera in background, it's just like Zoom it. It does not take much CPU. It takes very less time. Example like Gmeet and Zoom it. It just accesses the camera. All the operation will be done in our code.
Okay. All right, sure. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Delight. With last 5 spots left, I would like to call upon AML06 Dronacharyas to give out their presentation. AML6 Dronacharyas, are you here? AML6 Dronacharyas. Next up, we have OIN09. I don't know what we are doing. Please be ready. Is team I don't know what we are doing in the hall? Please be ready. Judges, please note the current team is AML06 Drone Acharyas. All the best. Your time starts now.
Okay, how about now? Okay, brilliant. So I'm Nihal from the team Dronacharya, and I'll be taking you through our presentation to hopefully give you an idea about our project. So starting off with the initial idea and overview, the title of our project is Development of Autonomous Object Detection and Implementation in UAV Applications. Lots of words, but in simple, we're trying to develop a fully autonomous meaning eliminating a need for human control or human presence or human intelligence as such to detect objects and implement this in various UAV applications. I'll cover UAV applications later in the presentation, but that kind of gives you a small hint of it. So to do this, we will use machine learning and Python-based libraries called MavSDK. So the general flow of execution for us would be something like this. Now, before I show this, so the way we plan this is something like the applications are limitless for drones. Like we already know drones are useful in so many cases. And the reason we want to go ahead in this direction is that having a skilled human pilot is not always, it's not always an availability. Right now, you can see like drones are something which are very prone to crashing and stuff. You need skilled pilots who are controlling them. And that adds extra human resource needs. And also, if it's beyond visual line of sight, it's much harder to actually fly them with the accuracy that they'd be able to fly themselves using GPS. So say there's an application. So for this hackathon, we've kind of kept ourselves to specifically search and rescue missions. So in search and rescue missions, we imagine any kind of natural disaster or situation where there might be people stranded. So people are the objects we want to detect here. So in different applications, this can always change. So if people are the objects we want to detect here, what we want to do is have a mission planned out. So say this is something search and rescue. So first you want to search. So the search location can be predetermined or given in the mission. And what we do is we are going to command the drone completely to start from takeoff all the way to land to go and complete this mission. But part of this mission is going to be the object detection, obviously. So in a specific to search and rescue mission, what we'd want to do, we'd have, say, a survey grid where we want to search for stranded humans. So we have a machine learning based algorithm which is already trained to search for stranded humans through a downward facing camera on the drone. So every time, so as you can see in the flow of execution, once the mission is started, you can come into, if a target is detection, you'd kind of pause the mission, complete the task. So in search and rescue missions, it's usually to deliver a payload or whatever, so to maybe drop medicines or food supply, something like that, and then continue resuming the original mission. And once it's done, return to the launch position or whichever predetermined position and land. Now, that was the initial idea. Now, the hackathon has been eye-opening for us, and we've done a lot more than we ever thought we will do. So this slide is kind of taking us through that. So initially itself, I really thank the organizers for planning it out in such a nice way. We had mentors constantly communicating with us and giving their input, which really helped us a lot. And even the jury members had given their suggestions, which I will tell you the story of that, how it helped us. So a few changes we did based on our mentor suggestions were firstly geofencing. So a kind of a common question that came up with drones is security. So drones are something which are easily weaponizable. So what are we doing to make sure that doesn't happen? So for that, so say what we are building is a software solution, right? So say someone else has this, say we sell this to someone or anything like that. So now they are in control of, how do you say, giving the code or the commands or to kind of pre-program the drone for what it has to do. So how do you know they won't use it for some bad purposes? So so one way to kind of curtail that is to allow the drone to only be able to arm or fly in DGCA approved green zones. So that, DGCA has the green zones. So those are designated across India. And so it can only be flown there. So simple ideas like that, and adding a level of authentication. And apart from that, what we do is add extra fail-safes, battery fail-safes. If it's running out of battery, what does it do? So that it doesn't just drop dead there, but rather come back and land at the home position. Another way our drone would actually be extremely secure is the fact that everything it needs to function is within itself. It doesn't need to communicate with the outside world. That kind of leaves no room for a communication medium for any unauthorized person to even try to hijack the drone. So now let's come to the interesting story. So we, and as part of the methodology, we had trained our code. We're using mask RCNN for detecting humans and objects. So we kind of annotated our own data set and went ahead and trained the models and tried executing it on our laptops. So to simulate the drone camera, we just use a webcam, the webcam of the laptop, and we had a printout of a test object, and we kind of just like holding it on the laptop like that, so to see if it's working or not. And on the first round, when the jury had come on the first day, on the first round of judging, we showed that demo to them, and they were impressed. But one of the jury members said, "You plan to run this on a drone? A laptop is not going to go on a drone, and how are we going to do it?" And that time, we had an answer. We were like, we'll get one of like something like a Jetson Nano or something like that. Those kind of tinier computers which are made for running AI. And he suggested, if you're using mask RCNN with TensorFlow, why not use TensorFlow Lite? And he said, if you can run that on a Raspberry Pi, that would kind of solve all your issues. And once we were done with this, we thought, why not? How we do this? So the jury member suggested us, well, since we didn't have a Raspberry Pi, he suggested what to do is, so by the next time he comes, he suggested that, so he suggested that on our laptops itself, we run it with TensorFlow, we run TensorFlow Lite instead, and just show him that the model, how the weight of the model is lesser, because obviously, say a Raspberry Pi will not have, say, 16 GBs of RAM as such, or even if they're much smaller, you'd want them to run with 1, 2 GB of RAM with those kind of devices. So show that the TensorFlow Lite is lesser. So what we did next is kind of contact the organizers and say, hey, we want to do this. We want to do this TensorFlow Lite thing, but not just on a laptop as a proof of concept. So Raspberry Pis are common. Is it a way like they can arrange it? And they said, well, they couldn't arrange it, but if we could arrange it ourselves, that would be allowed. So we said, yeah. So we started calling up our friends. We started asking a few other people at the hackathon itself if they knew anyone that had Raspberry Pi. And within an hour or two, we had one Raspberry Pi 3. It's an older version, but it'll work, which is 1 GB RAM, and a display and a keyboard and a mouse. And it was not easy because it was something completely new already. I think more than half of the hackathon duration was over. And we actually managed to successfully run TensorFlow Lite. And when we kind of tested the accuracy and overall accuracy and performance, it ended up much better than running on a laptop. And the first time when we ran it on a laptop, it was glitchy, and on mask it was glitchy, and it was very slow. And on a 1 GB Raspberry Pi 3, which is 1 GB RAM, and it's a really old model, it's not even the latest model, it ran much better than that. So now that brought up a new picture. How do we kind of show it? So we had previously set up simulation softwares on our laptops, which will kind of emulate the drones, because we didn't want to go into the hardware of it. We just wanted to show the proof of concept. So we set up simulation environments, both a 3D and a 2D view. And earlier, because we were just running everything on the same laptop, there was no issue. But now we were running on a Raspberry Pi. So what we also ended up doing is actually something called port forwarding, where we managed to forward the commands of the Raspberry Pi into the laptop so that we could visualize it. No, this is only for the hackathon. In the actual case where it's performing, it doesn't need to communicate at all. But for the hackathon, we still wanted to show it on our laptop screens how it's performing, right? We want to show the 3D and 2D view of it. So yeah, we ended up doing even that. So now my teammates will show you a demo of it.
So as I get set up with the demo, I'd just like to finish off the presentation. So when it comes to the scalability of this idea, it's kind of endless, the applications. We thought that one of the best way that we can implement it is if we implemented LTE connections with our drones. We'd have satellite communication, which would increase the range greatly. So a client from one end of the world could easily control a drone which is at another end of the world. And if we improved our online AI capabilities, it would greatly benefit in the AI, in the agricultural industry and also in the disaster management industry. So what makes us unique is how we plan to take this forward as a business. So we thought that instead of selling it as a product, like a drone as a product, we thought we'd sell the service, which is the software. So we'd have a fleet of 50, 40 drones in our garage, and maybe 10 of them would specifically perform different tasks. So what we do is customize the software for our clients, and they can control our drones remotely using the LTE that we had implemented, which in turn increases sustainability as we're reducing wastes.
So I think, unfortunately, due to time, we can't show you the demo. But sure, I think we can take questions then from the judges. One of your questions is to see the demo. I'm not sure if that's allowed. Okay, I see the judges are excited to see the demo.
Yeah, but I mean...
The demo, is it? Quick glimpse, okay. I would like to say, since there's a lot we have done, but there's a lot which still can be done. So obviously it's not perfect. You'll see random warnings and errors here and there. Don't mind that. It works though. It works. Okay. Connect to HDMI.
So while that's coming up, maybe I can start a couple of questions. So in your overall demo that you built, do you also do mission planning, path planning, and all of that, or only the object detection piece?
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I missed that. I missed it. Could you repeat?
So in your application, like the demo that you built, are you implementing only the mask RCNN or the people detector part of it, or do you also have the complete, sensing, planning, control, like all of those also implemented?
Yes, so we are simulating the whole process, as you saw in the PPT slide, from the mission start till the end. So what we have is a 3D view simulator kind of thing of the entire thing, and a 2D view. When I say 2D, I mean on a map. So what we say is we just simulate the whole...
That's map simulator, is it?
Yeah, so there's a simulator we use called JMAV Sim. It's a pretty old thing. But it works. And what it does is it kind of simulates the hardware part of the drone. So as long as our code controls it, we don't have to worry about the hardware implementation. We can just see it in 3D view as it happens. So if this works, I will be showing you is me running the code. I've already made a pre-planned mission actually in this campus itself in the quadrangle, just a simulation. So in the map, it'll show you the drones in the quadrangle, it starting with takeoff. Yeah, so I'll just finish explaining. So it starts with takeoff and goes ahead and starts the mission which is pre-programmed in it. And at the same time, the webcam of the camera, so for now it's a webcam, it can be the drone feed. A webcam of a camera will be looking out for, the trained models, whatever it is. In our case, it's as humans. So when we, kind of simulate it by holding a printout or whatever over our webcam, what it will do is it will actually pause the mission. And as of now, we have just used print commands to just show the proof of concept. And like it will take a snapshot and thing. So it will say pausing mission. It'll take a snapshot. Instead of taking a snapshot, it can drop a payload. All that is just the hardware part of it. You can actuate a servo and drop a payload, all of that. And then it will resume the mission, go back, finish the mission. There can be more interrupts like that, which are by targets detected, and then land. So I will run it now that this is worked. Oh man, okay. So this is the code. It's kind of works. So I will. So this is the 2D simulator, you can say. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, how about I just show you the...
No, I think it's okay. We're running out of time. Yeah.
It's okay?
So, yeah. Any questions?
Okay, any more questions
No.
about the implementation?
Yeah, we'll go to the next team.
You good? Okay. Sorry for taking extra time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, drone acharyas. With last 4 spots left, I would now like to call upon OIN09, I don't know what we are doing, onto the dais for their presentation. OIN09, I don't know what we're doing. OIN09, are you all here? The third last team to present today, AML 15, ML Heist, please be ready. AML 15, ML Heist, please be ready. Judges, please note, the team presenting currently is OIN09. I don't know what we're doing. They are under the track Open Innovation, and they also fall under Force United sponsor track. Judges, please note, the team presenting currently is OIN09. I don't know what we're doing. They belong to the track Open Innovation, but they're also under Force United sponsor track.
Hello? Yeah, thank you.
Oh, all the best, team. Your time starts now.
Hello, with team, I don't know what we're doing. And our problem statement is healthcare. So what we plan to implement is a one-stop solution for all your healthcare needs. So what do I mean by a one-stop solution for all your healthcare needs? By that, we are trying to implement 3 different things in a single system. So our problem statement is divided into 3 parts. 1, scheduling doctor appointments. So we'll give doctor and patient login, and through this, patients can schedule appointments with doctors. Number 2 is tablet reminders for old people. That's our hardware component. My friend is setting it up over there. And number 3 is a calorie tracker and nutrition management. So I would like to begin with the first component. So our first component is scheduling doctor appointments. So yeah, so you saw that there were two login pages there, one for patient, one for doctor. So this patient login. So we use Auth0 for authentication. It helps with logins. The second email, just give us a second. That's not in the data. So two emails. One of them is a doctor, one of them is a patient. So no. Okay, so this is the patient login, a generic patient. And all their details like weight and height are shown here. And now generic patient can book an appointment with the doctor. So this is a page for like scheduling appointments. So they can select doctor here and select date and enter some time, okay? And book appointment. Yeah, so so this is a timeline chart. Here you can see at 17, that's 5 o'clock today, this is a small slot. This thing you see here is the doctor's schedule. The doctor chosen is Shishirai. And after that, you're supposed to get QR. Yeah, so a QR code is generated. Now, why is a QR code generated, you might ask? So the thing is, we're planning to show the patient's data, like their previous medical history, to the doctor. But it's one-time viewing. So this QR code is usable only once. Once scanned, the QR code becomes unusable. So this is to protect the privacy of the patients from the doctor and give power to the patients over their data. So you can. Yeah, judges, please look at the screen there. My friend is scanning the QR code. Yeah, so on the screen, you can see patient details, and below that there's a list of all the remarks made by doctors on patients. The data isn't very good because we didn't have a lot of time to make realistic data, but that patient, I believe, is allergic to some antibiotics. Yeah. And when you refresh the page, that page dies. So it was generic patient. Now it's Sindhu Sharma is not a patient, by the way. Sindhu Sharma is the placeholder name. It's the most typical name we could think of. So, yeah. And next up, I would like so for the hardware thing, for scheduling tablets, I'd like my friend Ashwar to take over.
Okay, so scheduling tablets, old people, what they do is they use this. I'll come here. Like old people, what they do is they use the small containers that are like a bar with like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they refill it every day, and they take pills. So what tends to happen is they forget which box they have to refill, like take their pills from. So what we have come up with is digital pill boxes that users or the users like kids or someone can set it up every day, and whenever it's time for the person to take their pills, the cup glows and they get auditory feedback from the buzzer. And till they take the pills, it keeps glowing and gives them buzzer. So yeah, they don't forget taking the pills. We'll have a small demo of how that works. So here there's enter time for tablet box 2. They should know which tablet box they're going to be scheduling time for. So let's say they want to schedule it for tablet box 2, but they don't know which one's tablet box 2. So I say glow. and starts glowing. Like, and they know that they have to put tablets to that box. And I schedule it for, it's 3, 5, I schedule it for 3, 6. Yeah, set. So at 3, 6, that cup starts glowing and there's buzzer. So till you take pills from it, it keeps buzzing and light keeps glowing. Inside that cup, we have a capacitive touch switch. So when you put your finger in to take the tablet out, it detects that you have taken a pill and it turns it off. So you don't have to press another button like, okay, I've taken pills, I have to press a button. It happens automatically. It didn't glow.
Okay, so coming to the third solution of our website, we are making a food recommendation system where the main problem in nowadays we can see that obesity is one of the major problems of health concerns. We see due to work from home, due to COVID, there are a lot of people working from home 24/7. There are no physical exercise and they sit at home in front of computer screens doing a lot of work. So this causes obesity and leads to heart diseases and many health diseases. So to prevent this, we are giving a system where user tracks the calories he is eating every day so that we alert them if he is eating more number of calories per day in order to prevent them to eat in excess, and we also help them to eat healthy. So we'll see how it happens. So here we have this sample one. Down we have a timeline chart. The timeline chart shows the data where the user has eaten food. The data is messed up because we are testing a lot of cases today. So we can see there's lunch, breakfast, dinner, lunch yesterday. So when we hover over it, we get the time during which the user has eaten the food, and we also get the calories. So first, and one more function, how can we add food to the website? That is one of the most important things. So we are using an API where if we give the image of the food which we are eating to the website, it gives the nutritional value back, and the nutritional value is added to the total amount of calories that for that day. So we'll have a demo for it. So I'm choosing a file. Say I'm eating a pizza now. So pizza, I'll press open. The pizza image loads here. Yeah, we can see the data of the amount of calories the pizza has, the protein, the fats, the saturated fats, and the sugar. And we are getting an alert that you're eaten too much calories. So we have seen in the timeline chart that there was a lot of food being logged there. So we are getting a thing that we have eaten too many calories. So this is not it. To show the demonstration to show the user what all he has eaten every day, we have a table planned. So here he'll get a complete overview of the daily food loggage. So here you can see what time he has eaten pizza, how much calories, and all the stuff. This is in this thing. So to get it in a graphical visualization form, we have used Google Charts where the data comes in a visualization format. So the calorie amount intake per day available is 2.5K, but today he has already eaten 5.6K. So that is too much food. In order to prevent this happening every day, we use this system to prevent users. So for this, and there's one more thing. When a user need not scan the food he's eating every time. Say he goes to a gym every day, he comes back, and he drinks a shake or eats a specific item every day. So it'll be frustrating for the user to take the picture of the food every day and log it to the website. So to prevent this, we have an hardware model which uses RFID scanner and RFID cards. The RFID cards have predefined calorie amount and values in the card stored in them. So when we pass it on to the scanner, it logs in the calories to the website. So we have 3 cards now down there. We have 3 cards down there, one for lunch, dinner, and breakfast. So as you can see, my friend scanned a card. When I refresh the page, we can
we can see the breakfast is added here, right below the pizza. So if we scan another card, we can see the different item is being logged here. We can see the lunch is being logged here now. So in this way, we can prevent the users from repeated logins, and it helps them, it gives the ease to the website. So the conclusion part will be done by Shishira.
So in true spirit of FOSS United, we've decided to make the code for this fully open source. And we encourage anyone to go to our repo, fork it, make any changes they want. You're free to monetize it as well. Like, we have no issues with it. It's totally open source. Thank you.
So I think I saw the first one was about appointments, right? So is there a way, meaning you tie up with hospitals and then figure out when the doctors are available?
Yes, sir. So basically, that functionality is also there. We'll show that 1 second. That's where the doctor login comes into the picture. So when I use a doctor login,
So yeah, this is the doctor page. And yeah, here you can see the all the appointments of the doctor in a table form. And here the doctor can see what patients are scheduled at that time. But patients cannot see the names of each other. But yeah, it's that data is anonymous from patients, but doctors can see it. Yeah. And yeah, so doctors can also set how many appointments they can take per day. So if they have already hit the limit, well, we won't add any more appointments to that doctor on that day.
Okay. So for the QR code, I mean, sorry, not the QR code, the RFIDs, right? I mean, why have it as like separate things that, someone has to keep track of? Instead, it can just, be a preference engine that shows that on your phone, right? That hey, last 3 days I've seen you consume a protein shake every day at 7 p.m. Do you want to add it today? Why do you need to have something that's sort of outside?
We're not going towards recommending what users want to eat. It's just users decide, it's users tracking what they do throughout their day.
Yeah, my point.
We're not trying to make them improve or something. It's just like, I did this, I want to see what I did. And based on what they did, if they look at it, they might have a change in themselves. We're not saying don't do it.
I'm not asking about a recommendation. I'm talking about a prediction, right? That instead of saying that the 3 RFID cards that let's say you give with the system maps to a protein shake and a banana and I don't know, like a snack, right? Instead of that, now that has to be managed somewhere else, right? That this is what that should track to.
We don't have that system. Mostly because, so even if there was a predictive model that can accurately predict what a user eats, the user can at any time change their mind, right? But the calorie values we need are they have to be accurate, exactly accurate. So if it adds a food that the user did not eat, like milkshake for example, the system adds and assumes that user drank milkshake, even though the user did not. That should not happen. That's why it's after eating, the user confirms it.
Okay. And the food to calorie API that you used, is that like an existing one or did you guys build that?
It's a third-party API that we've used. We send a picture to them and we get a class of food that's being represented, and we get a nutritional
typical
info
nutrition
of that food. We take certain parameters and we track it.
So if you look at the user, right, there's one thing that's confusing because in one module where you're positioning it for old people, for them to remember what tablet to take, and in some other module you're looking at the user to be technically savvy, like take pictures and upload it and track calories using a smartphone. So if I do a user profile on your health companion app, who are you exactly positioning it for?
We're trying to cover a wide range of audience, and the reason we included tablets was it sounded cool to us and we wanted to do it in the previous hackathons, but we never found time. Here we found time to implement it and we implemented it. It's not like old people use tablets and young people use smartphones to upload pictures. It's just that we had an idea that's related to health, we included it into this.
I just saw in one of your screens you are including patients' details, right? So what about the privacy? I mean, that's not something that is projected. So
Yeah, that's why that QR code is like one-time use. Like the doctor can scan the QR code only once, and as like when so what happens is the like.
But that
Okay, if you want, we'll demo it again.
no, that's fine. My question was, see, because when you were logging and showing that, it was happening on the patient's login, not the doctor's login.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, that QR code is made on patient's login, and that's scanned on the doctor's side. After scanning, that data is given to the doctor's side, but it's cleared as soon as the page is refreshed, and the doctor doesn't have access to it ever again, unless the patient goes with another QR code.
And where is this data being stored?
Yeah, it's like we create dynamic links that once scan, they like destroy themselves, and like the data is being stored on Firebase database. And how the flow works is when a patient schedules an appointment and get a QR code, we take patient's data, put it in a temporary location, and generate a QR code for that temporary location. And once the temporary location has been accessed once, we clear the temporary location so that the doctor cannot access it again. So yeah, the patient's privacy is protected. We do not expose patient's private key. It's just that we get patient's key to a new temporary location for doctor to access once. If he wants to access it multiple times, we generate a QR code. Patient generates a new QR code and gives it to the doctor.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, one last question. Now, whatever demo you are giving, it looks like it's more related to connectivity to the internet. Now, in case of absence of internet, the person whether took the tablet or didn't take the tablet, there is no choice of it, right? So I felt like there could be a module where without internet, is there an alerting system can be programmed so that whether connected or not connected, whether, see, the net is down often, we never know what time it will go down when it comes up. So what is the guarantee the person took the tablet or will get to know that they take the tablet or not? So is there anything that you thought about on that lines?
Okay, so we need internet only to get time when it is changed, only to get the new time. Once the time is set, we don't use internet again. It's stored locally.
No, I heard that alerting was happening, and when the person takes the tablet, that alert goes off only if that information is sent saying that somebody has taken it.
No, we do not take feedback for tablet is consumed or no. We just get like the turning off is local. We do not use internet. We use internet only to get the time when tablet has to be taken, the light up time.
So even if then there is no connectivity, the alerting happens.
Once I set the time here and turn off Wi-Fi, turn off hotspot here, it still has to work. It will work. Not has to work. It will work.
And how is it like? Is there any imagination of how this whole box will look like? This alerting with alerts and all that.
Can you repeat your question? I didn't get
because
it.
Now you have kept the cups or something to show it. What is the idea? How it will be finally? How will the product be?
It's a normal pill box with a base at the bottom. What's at the bottom is an LED light.
Okay.
It's just a normal pill box with some extension at the bottom to store the electronics. It can be made in any shape. We use these cups because they were available to us. Like for coffee cups, we took and put LEDs and sensors to it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. With last 3 teams left, I would like to call upon AML 15, ML Heist. AML 15, ML Heist. The second last team to present is AVI-08 teleporters. AVI-08 teleporters. The team presenting currently is AML15 ML Heist. All the best. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Judy. Good afternoon, everyone present here. We are Team ML Heist, and here we are with Traffic AI, a simple AI and ML solution to one of the most basic but one of the most important problem in real world traffic situations. Here we have data which tells us that cities with the worst traffic in the world. Bangalore is ranked 10th, and surprisingly, Mumbai is ranked 5th. And on the 11th position, we have New Delhi. In 2021, even though many offices had not opened up, there was 48% traffic congestion in Bangalore. According to the TomTom International Traffic Index, the last 7 days congestion period, that is 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., which is often termed as a rush hour, was around 60 to 70%. TomTom's website also posted that at Bengaluru, people spent around 244 hours extra time in traffic. One more thing, according to Times of India, around 1.5 lakh people were killed in road accidents in the year 2016. About 30% of the deaths were caused due to delayed ambulance. According to the Radhe Disaster and Education Foundation, 1 in 10 patients in India dies on the way to hospitals, and nearly 50% of the heart attack cases reach the hospital late. So we have a video in which we will be demonstrating what our and traffic congestion has become a very traffic congestion has become more critical nowadays. Now, what we thought when we were brainstorming, what we thought was keeping the same infrastructure, how can we find a solution so that we could, using the power of AI/ML, find a solution to this problem. There are other methods like changing the infrastructure, building flyovers, metro, everything, but that is good. But how can we do, keeping the same infrastructure, how can we change something with the power of AI/ML? And one more thing is fatalities due to delay of emergency vehicles is a major problem. As we saw in the stats that nearly 1 in 10 patients die on the way to the hospital. In daily life, we see that emergency vehicles faces difficulty in passing through the traffic. To show our solution, we have a video. So when an emergency vehicle is detected in a multi-lane system, that lane is allowed to pass, while all the 3 other lanes or the 2 other lanes the signal in the other lanes turns red, and the emergency vehicle is allowed to pass. And for the traffic congestion problem, we came up with an idea of dynamic traffic signaling. First, all the lanes are first passed through the SST algorithm, in which the densities are calculated. The lane which has the lowest density first, here we can see that this lane has the lowest density. So the lane with the lowest density is given minimum amount of time for the traffic to clear out. And the time saved there is given to the lane with the highest density. Here in this lane, we see that the high density traffic is detected. So more time is allocated to that. Instead of giving like equal time for all the signals, we can save the time where the low traffic density is present, and we can give that extra time to the lane with the high traffic. So what is the objective of our solution? Objective of the proposed solution is to improve the efficiency of the existing traffic signaling system. The goal of the project is to automate the traffic signal system and make it easy for the police traffic department to monitor the traffic. So here we have 2 solutions to it. One is the dynamic traffic signaling. For dynamic traffic signaling, we have a single shot detector algorithm which calculates the density in each lane. After calculating the density in each lane where the traffic density is less, it gives the least time and allows the traffic to clear out in that particular lane. After the traffic is cleared out in that particular lane, the extra time saved there is given to the lane which has the high density traffic. And for the emergency vehicle detection, we have two models here. One, the video which we have captured, once the video which we have captured, it takes the frames, it detects if there is any emergency vehicles. Then it passes through an algorithm where we tell that whether we get the probability score of whether an emergency vehicle is present or not. At the same time, we take the audio from the video and we pass it through another model. Here we get the probability score. Combining both the thing using ensembling technique, we get a probability score of whether the emergency vehicle is really present. Sometimes we feel that, for example, in Bangalore traffic, there's a BMTC bus and behind that there is an ambulance. So only just because of splitting video files and passing an image recognition model won't get us the result. So in that cases, we use extracting audio and then again passing it through a model. So the best, here we are trying to portray like we are getting the best of both worlds. If it's not detected through image, it will check through audio. If it is detected through audio, then it will get the probability score, and then that lane will turn green, and the other lanes will turn red. So this is the UI which we have implemented using Streamlit. So here we can see the density algorithm. Like how I mentioned, the density in each lane is calculated.
Here, different vehicles are considered in this algorithm. For example, for car, we have allocated two density as a density. Number of cars detected in our model is multiplied with this number. Then based upon this, density is calculated. For example, motorcycle has lowest number because it can move early as much as possible.
And truck buses have the highest priority because they take a lot of time to move through the traffic. So here we have multiple cases which will demonstrate what our model is all about. So case one, we see that in the east lane there is high density traffic. In south lane, there is low density traffic, but in the west lane, we have an emergency vehicle. And in the north lane, we have low density traffic. As we have not used any optimization algorithms, the model takes a time because this model, what we have a final product, is a combination of three machine learning algorithms, three machine learning deep learning algorithms. That's why it takes a bit of time. But this, as our problem statement is a traffic area, the algorithm, once if it is started, it keeps running. It doesn't stop. It keeps running with real-time traffic data. So this delay is only during the booting time. But I'm sure we can solve this problem by implementing better models. With 36-hour, we could not integrate any more optimized algorithm. So these are some of the statistics. One thing what would be better for our algorithm is the resolution of the video which is being captured. For example, we see that here we have three different graphs in which one graph shows the model which is tested using the 480p dataset, 480p resolution, 720p resolution, and 1080p resolution.
As you see in that, we can notice that there is a zigzag version in 480p graph. In 1080p resolution, we have approximately equal actual density score and predicted density score by our model.
So here we can see that our UI is come. So we see, as we told that the west lane had an emergency vehicle, so the green light is given to the west lane first, and all the other 3 lanes are allotted, the signal turns red in all the other 3, and at the same time, the traffic densities in each lane is being calculated. For example, we see that in east lane there's high density traffic. So the west lane, after the emergency vehicle has passed, the west lane has turned red, and it goes in a clockwise direction to the north lane. Here we have we have hard-coded that if there is a low density, only 10 seconds are being allotted to that lane. If there is high density, then 30 seconds are being allotted to that lane. As the east lane had high density, 30 seconds have been allocated. Although the one lane completes its execution, it keeps running parallelly because once after the lane, the traffic passes, the vehicles keep accumulating and the density might increase. So at every given point of time, the density is being calculated. It doesn't stop just after one lane. So this is like a real-time process and it keeps on happening without the algorithm stopping. So now we see that the south lane, there was low density, so only 10 seconds have been given. And again, it comes back to the west lane, which has detected high traffic. So again, it's a case of emergency vehicle. West lane has emergency vehicle. So it turns green, and as soon as the emergency vehicle passes, it turns red. So here, case 2 also we have. Here we haven't taken any emergency vehicle case. But the thing is, the algorithm is same. But here we have integrated 3 models basically. One model is used to find the density of traffic in each lane. And the second and third model is basically comes under one umbrella, which is detection of emergency vehicle. Emergency vehicle can be detected both by audio and video. Both audio and video models give a probability score. Once it gives the probability score, it is then combined using the ensembling technique, because sometimes emergency vehicles, even the police or someone switches on, so that time, or for example, in another hand, the emergency vehicle might be behind a BMTC bus or something like that. So in that case, we are taking probability scores from both, we are combining, and then we are taking a call on whether the signal should turn green or not. So as this is not only a project, but collecting data, implementation of automatic traffic violation and helmet detection system without a human intervention is also some of our future scopes which we plan to implement in future. Because of the time constraint, we were not able to implement.
So right now when you implemented this, right, you're having all the videos from the different cameras together on one machine.
At one given point of time, multi-lane system, we have all the 3 videos. So that is one of our assumptions. One of our assumption is camera should be installed at every lanes, and it should be focused only at that lane to get better accuracy.
Okay, but what about where would your compute architecture be, right? Like what would be the system architecture where your cameras located in one place? The way they would currently work is they just stream the data, right, to a data center. Would you need to then put all the compute at the data center, or would there be something closer to the intersection?
That's what when we were planning, it can be done in 3 ways. One is edge computing. Either the algorithm can run directly on the camera, or it can come to the traffic police, like the traffic police center where the traffic police controls the signal. It can get processed there, and it can take a rule. It can take the decision. One more thing, what we thought was cloud computing can be brought in here. As the data is being captured, it is directly pushed to the cloud, and we can run our algorithm on the cloud as well. So this also can be implemented.
Okay. And you showed the predictions coming from the SSD, right, that you've used.
Single shot detector.
What is the performance you have? I saw there were many false positives coming in the video.
Yeah, single shot detector, why we chose single shot detector is it was one of the most accurate algorithms, and it is trained with the COCO data set. In this case, we can't consider accuracy because we have some of the, as you mentioned, there's false positives coming into picture. So single shot detector with the COCO data set, it has a precision value of 93%. So that's why we considered the single shot detector, which is trained on the COCO data set for the dynamic traffic signaling.
But the COCO data set is based on the camera position on vehicle, right? It's not like a traffic camera. the
So
perspective is all different, right?
COCO dataset has two classes like ambulance and fire brigade. We take those two classes and we group it saying it is an emergency vehicle. And when the emergency vehicle includes both fire brigade and ambulance, so when that is detected, we'll get a probability value.
No, that was not my point. My point is that in the COCO dataset, the way it was collected is that the camera is placed on the vehicle, so the perspective is at road level.
Okay.
Whereas in a traffic system, your camera is placed there. So it's going to be and so you need to train your model.
Yes, sir. Based on, by considering resolutions, clarity of the video, it can detect more accurately. Sir.
Okay, all right, I'll move it on.
So, how do you integrate with this traffic signal system, right? Is there any protocol through which the traffic signals are controlled? What's the mechanism after your algorithm runs and, decides which traffic light to turn on and off?
Sir, we can use something like an IoT device to send the signal to which traffic lane should turn red and which traffic lane should turn green, and this can be rule-based like algorithm, where we get the output from our machine learning algorithm. There, our machine learning algorithm finishes its job, and that task is then automated using the, for example, now we see that every 15 seconds, when there are no traffic police, every 15 seconds, one lane turns green and the other lane automatically turns red and the other lane turns green. So in this case, we can just put like a condition clause saying that whenever our machine learning algorithm sends an output saying there's an emergency vehicle or something like that, we can change the color of the signal to green.
Sir, we will calculate density, no, sir. Based upon that density, rule can be drawn, sir. Like about this density, it's considered as low.
Yeah, that is fine. The question is more about, are there any protocols that you know of which allow to control the traffic lights? Have you explored anything around there?
For example, we will be moving in only clockwise direction, sir. There will be no skipping of signal.
Okay. Yeah, all right. The second question is, I think video analysis is a compute-heavy operation, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and could have latency also. We saw your model took some time, right? So, are there any other alternate techniques also that you explored in terms of any other sensors, etc., which can give you the density in a more lighter and faster way?
We can implement IoT devices where we get better data for the ML model to run, sir, than video if we want. For now, we thought of going with cost efficiency and implementing it.
Sir, one more thing, we can implement some cost-effective, computer light algorithms like TensorFlow Lite. Because of the 36 hours, we could not find any optimization algorithms which we could explore and which we could implement. But one more thing is, though it's compute heavy, once the algorithm starts, it's all a real time. So from that aspect, it keeps running. It keeps running.
Just last one. Amod's question on architecture, that's very critical for you because at the unit level, this seems like a good idea. You're using image recognition and then even audio recognition. But unless you collectively run this model where the decision is coordinated, there's no way to prove that your model will not run into a gridlock that can never be solved. You might actually let an ambulance into the next signal, and if there is a gridlock, the ambulance will never be detected from far. And there is no way to know whether the algorithm is going to pass in terms of efficiency or fairness or preventing clogging or creating starvation. None of that can be done unless this is a coordinated algorithm. At the unit level, it's a nice idea. But unless you think of it as a distributed algorithm which works together.
Sir, as of now, what we have done is, for example, a lane is going. We can't just suddenly put it to red because there will be a confusion which is created. So we are giving like 5 seconds delay where the traffic signal goes from green to yellow to red.
Then that's still the decision making at the signal level. Now, unless the algorithm is a coordinated one where decisions made at one signal are done in coordination with the others, or the decision is a collective one, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It will not take to
the output from our machine learning algorithms will first go to server where all the 4 signals should be connected. What you told is right, sir. All the 4 signals should be connected, and then the decision should be taken. Thanks.
Thank you, Team ML Heist. I would now like to call upon AVI08 teleporters. AVI08 teleporters. Meanwhile, the last team who is going to be presenting in the grand finale of CentuRITon is AML28 Zuckerbergs.
Yeah, I think now. Duplicate. Yeah, try duplicate. Extended window.
The team presenting right now is AVI08 teleporters. AVI08 teleporters. All the best. Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. This is our team Teleporters, and we'll be displaying our product, the Good Morninger, which is basically based on a system that we will be able to detect a person's drowsiness level, and with the aim of notifying the users with his state and if he is able to drive. At the same time, it will measure the driver's attention or capacity to garner attention, and if he's falling asleep while driving, if it positively detects that state, a powerful alarm will sound with the objective of waking the driver. Now, here are some shocking statistics that, according to the report by the WHO, World Health Organization, that falling asleep while driving is one of the leading causes of the traffic accidents. Up to 24% of the accidents are caused by falling asleep. Now, NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, says that 20% of accidents are related to drowsiness, which is 1/5 of the total accidents. So in order to solve this problem, we came up with this idea. Now, the features of our Good Morninger is that the music system of the vehicle will alert the driver by the buzzing of an alarm. And if the first feature fails to wake up the driver, the system will start vibrating the sheets with increasing intensity. Also, it will attempt to slow down the vehicle using the braking mechanism, and it will send a message to a present number which has been registered in the code. Now, hardware descriptions are NVIDIA Jetson Nano, which will be used as a basic hardware on which the code will run and the implemented, and Arduino Uno, which will be used for the braking system. Apart from that, we'll be using Bluetooth speaker representing car's audio system, And we'll be using a micro SD card. We'll be using a 5 volt 4 ampere voltage supply and LEDs representing vibration and braking system. Coming to the mechanism, the driver will be detected by the camera input image, which will majorly focus on the eyes of the driver. And if it is closed, okay, so camera input image that will use to detect the face of the driver, and whether it will show that image where the eyes are whether closed or open. So it will be then implemented through harassed face and eye detection, which is a basic algorithm which divides a face or a particular form of image into 4 or 5 different grids, where each grid is taken as an object. Each object will be taken as a positive or negative sense and give the output accordingly. These outputs will be implemented on the PyTorch, which will eventually lead to the use of alarm, which will alert the driver. Now here will be Satyam, will be starting with the demo.
Now we made a video demo of our product. So this is Jetson Nano, that is Arduino. The red LED is used to show the brake system, and that the red LED is showing the braking system, and that green LED is showing the vibrating system. So that seventh output GPIO pin is used to give input to Arduino Uno, which will work for the braking as well as vibrating system. So this is a detecting. We are detecting my face. So if my eyes are open, so here the LEDs are off. When I close my eyes, it will sense it as drowsy. It will apply the brake system with less intensity, and it will apply the vibrating system with increasing intensity. Now you can see that. And after this, if I open my eyes again, it will turn off. That's what our presentation was about. Now we'll show this one.
If a person is drowsy, then the red LED is indicating after a quiet interval of time, that is after 5 seconds, the brakes will get activated, and the green LED is indicating the seat will vibrate with a increasing intensity. And if a person opens his eyes again, it will turn off again. So this was our demo. Can I close that? And we are using Twilio, so that if a person is sleepy, the Twilio can send the message to their cared ones, so that they could get informed and they can call them so that they can help him to stay awake. So this was, and we were thinking of this Twilio message to send to the police also, so that they could also get the information if a person is sleepy after 20 seconds, there may be an accident or something. So this was the whole our idea.
Thank you.
Could you comment on why you used the Har cascade in the beginning and not directly feed the camera image to say a landmark-based model?
Actually, we are basically focusing on the eyes of the drivers. So it basically focuses on eyes. So whether it is closed or open, it's wearing glasses or not, it does not depend. It will detect it and sends according to that objects.
Okay. And what will happen in night because you're using a conventional camera,
So for
right?
that night, we have thought of an IR camera. Right now, we didn't have that, but we downloaded the data set, but we didn't had that much of time to implement that, so we didn't implement that. We
Okay.
had that idea.
Okay, okay. So you plan to use an IR camera
IR
and
camera
train
for the
against
night,
that?
yes.
Okay, all right. In terms of like integrating into the car environment, right? Are you aware of like what might be involved in, say connecting to the seat vibration system and things like that? What would be the typical
Like
way?
OED, you mean?
No, like what would be the protocol involved? How can you talk to the car?
Yeah, like there are two methods. Like we can talk to the manufacturers to include our model and give us the permission that we want to activate the brakes at this time, and we want the seat vibration and what sensor we want. Second is we can sell our product not like this. Instead of that, retrofit we can send it. So for that we need to study about the braking system and all.
Okay, okay. And
Sir,
yeah.
we are also thinking of having another kind of a version of this product. In this version, the brakes and the vibrations are not there, but it is only having the alarm system. So if it only has the alarm system, then it doesn't need to connect with the car's architecture and all. It will be something of a plug and play like. And but if we want the other two features, then we will have to contact the car manufacturers, and through them we'll be able to produce that machine.
Okay. And what would be unique in your solution? Because some of this is already being commercialized, right?
So basically, in most of the solution, you must have heard about only the sound. That is why we introduced two things more, by the way, three things more, that messaging, and then seat vibration, and then braking system. That was not implemented, and if you see the most of the budget cars, they are not able to implement because it's a very expensive for them to implement.
So probably the question is, I think the core of the thing is in your algorithm, right? When you integrate, right? The other functionalities are of the car provider and how you operate that, right?
Yes.
So what's in the algorithm which is different and, which the car integrators themselves can't put it?
So can you repeat the question?
So my question is, I think it's Amod's question is as well as to, what's unique in your, the selling point as we see it is your algorithm, right? The value in the algorithm.
The major unique feature is that it's more economically feasible than other products. Basically, right now we are using Jetson Nano. It's quite expensive, but these codes could be implemented on Raspberry Pi or some other microcontrollers, which are comparatively less costly. So in terms of in India, like people generally focus on the prices. So we can get it available in at least a 4,000 to 12,000 of range, 12,000 rupees of range. So that's why it is cheaper compared to others which are implemented in high-end cars like Mercedes or BMW or even Tesla nowadays. So in that way, our product is a bit unique from them.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. I would now like to call upon the last team of the grand finale of CentuRITon, AML 28, Zuckerbugs. AML 28, Zuckerbugs. Second call for AML 28, Zuckerbugs. AML 28, Zuckerbugs.
चाय है ना, बोलो सबको जाने के लिए. Good evening, guys. Snacks has been arranged for you outside the seminar hall, so you guys can take a quick break while the final decisions are being made.
Need it in minutes? Just blink it. Download the Blinkit app now.
Do you aspire to work in the United States of America? Well, don't worry. If you
ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡು ಮನಸ ನೀ ಇರುವುದು 3 ದಿವಸ ಉಸಿರು ನಿಂತ ಮ್ಯಾಗೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರ ಉಸಿರು ನಿಂತ ಮ್ಯಾಗೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರ ಹೆಣ್ಣ ಅನ್ನುತ್ತಾರ ಮಣ್ಣಾಗ ಹೂಳುತ್ತಾರ ಚಟ್ಟ ಕಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾರ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕುತ್ತಾರ ಒಳಿತು ಮಾಡು ಮನಸ ನೀ ಇರುವುದು 3 ಮಾಡು ಮನಸ ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕೂ ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳನೆ
ನೀನು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೂ ಮೊದಲೇ ಕಿವಿ ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಿಡನೆ
ನಾನು ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫೋನು ಮಾಡೋನೆ
ನಿನ್ನ ನಂಬರ್ನ ಈಗಲೇ ನಾನು ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ
ನೀನು ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫೋನು ಮಾಡೋನೆ
ನಿನ್ನ ನಂಬರ್ನ ಈಗಲೇ ನಾನು ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ
ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅದ್ಯಾಕಂಗಾಡಿಯೇ ನಾ ಸಾರಿ ಕೇಳೇನೆ
ನಿನ್ನ ಸಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮೂರಿಗಿಸ್ತು ತಪ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡುಮೆ
ಬೆಳದಿಂಗ್ಳ ಚಂದ್ರಂಗಿನ್ನ ನೋಡೋಕೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನ ನಿನ್ನ ಈ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಐಸು ಒಂದೇ ಲುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಮನ್ಸು ಮನ್ಸು
ಅತಿಯಾದ ಹಸಿ ಸುಳ್ಳ ಮಗುವಂತೆ ಕೇಳೋಕೀಗ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಷಮಿಸು ಇನ್ನು ಡ್ರಾಮಾ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸಾಕು ನಿಲ್ಸು
ಪ್ರತಿ ಕೋಪಕ್ಕೂ ಒಂದು ಅಂತ್ಯವಿದೆ ನನ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನಿಂಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ
ನಿನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಮಿತಿ ಮೀರುತ್ತಿದೆ ದಾರಿ ಬಿಡು ನಿನ್ನ ಟೈಮ್ ಮುಗಿದಿದೆ
ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅದ್ಯಾಕಂಗಾಡಿಯೇ ನಾ ದಾರಿ ಬಿಡೇನೆ
ನಿನ್ನ ದಾರಿನ ತಪ್ಸಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಮುತ್ತು ಕಡನೆ
ಊರ್ನಾಗ ಒಂದು ಮನೆಯ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಹಿತ್ಲಾಗಿ 2 ಗಿಡವ ನೆಟ್ಟಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುಮೆ ಸುಖವಾದ ಸಂಸಾರವ ಮಾಡುಮೆ
ಮೊಣಕಾಲ್ ಗಂಟ್ ಸೀರೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ತಲೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಹಿಟ್ಟ ಒತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಏರಿ ಮೇಲ್ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಾರಾಣಿ ಕನಸ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಕಾಣೋ ಮಗನೆ
ನಿನ್ನ ಕನವರಿಕೆಯೇ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಡುತ್ತಿದೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಇಂದು ಬಯಸುತ್ತಿದೆ
ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಮನಸೋಲುತ್ತಿದೆ ಶರಣಾಗಿ ಸಮ್ಮತಿ ಸೂಚಿಸಿದೆ
ಇದೇ ಖುಷಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಇಬ್ರು ಮದುವೆ ಆಗೋಮೆ
ಮದುವೆಗೂ ಮೊದಲು ಹೋಗಿ ಕಣಿ ಕೇಳುಮೆ ಆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನವಳು
ಬೇಗಾನು ತಲೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಆದ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆಂಗೋ ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ ಏನು ಇದೇನು ಸ್ವರ್ಗಾನೆ ನನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ಕೈ ಬೀಸಿದಂತಿದೆ ಕುಡಿಯದೆ ಬೀದಿಯಲಿ ದೂರಾಡಿ ನಡೆದಂತೆ ನೀನು ಬಂದಾಗಿಂದ ಅಬ್ಬಬ್ಬಾ ಊರಿಗೆ ಊರೇ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ ನಿಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಹೂವನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂರಿಸಿ ಆಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನವನು
ಸುಂದರ ಊರೊಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಲೆ ಎತ್ತಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ನಿಂತಿದೆ ಕಪಟ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯ ನೆರಳು. ಕೆಡುಕು ತನ್ನ ಬಲೆಯನ್ನು ಬೀಸಿದೆ.
ಬದುಕಲು ಹೋರಾಟ ಶುರುವಾಗಿದೆ.
ಯಾಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅನಾಥ ಆಗೋ ಕಾಣ್ತುಂಟು.
ಒಳಿತಿನ ಗೆಲುವಿಗೆ ಕ್ಷಣಗಣನೆ ಶುರು.
ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಕಾಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಊರಿನ ರೋಚಕ ಕತೆ ಕಾಂತಾರ ಒಂದು ದಂತಕತೆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ.
ದೂರ ಹೋದರೂ ನನ್ನೊಲವೇ ನೂರು ಜನ್ಮಕ್ಕೂ ಕಾಯುವೆ ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟದಿ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡ ಎಂದರೂ ನೀರುವೆ ಗೆಳೆಯಾಯಿ ಹುಚ್ಚು ಮನಸಲಿ ಸುರಿದ ಒಲವು ನಿನ್ನದೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನಿರಲೆಂದು ಹಣಿಯಲಿ ಬರೆಯದೆ ವಿಧಿಯೇಕೆ ನೀನು ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ತಿರುವಾದೆ
ಈ ಬದುಕಿನ ಪಯಣಕ್ಕೂ ತಿರುವು ಇದೆ ಈ ತಿರುವಲು ದಾರಿಯು ಸಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ದೇವರ ಆಟವೋ ಜೀವನ ಪಾಠವೋ ಸಂಚಾರಿಯಾಗು ನೀ ಈ ಬದುಕನು ಬರೆದವ ಯಾರು ದೊರೆ ನಿಕನಿಕರ ತೋರದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನಿನ್ನಿಷ್ಟವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕಷ್ಟವೇ ಆದರೆ ಹೇಗಿನ ಬಳಲಿ ಜೊತೆಗಿದೆ ಯಾರಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ನಾನು ಏನನು ಹೇಳಲೇ ನೀನಿರೇ ಸಾಂತ್ವನ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಹೃದಯ ಪೂರ್ಣಾವರಿಸಿರುವ ಒಲವು ನಿನ್ನದೇ ನೀನೇ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಎಂದು ಬಯಸಿದೆ
I request the volunteers and the participants to come back in and assemble. Guys, please be seated down. Good evening, everyone. I am Kritika, the student coordinator of Team CentuRITon. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all present here for the valedictory function of CentuRITon, a national level hackathon. We have organized this 36 hours hackathon, CentuRITon, to mark the diamond jubilee of MSRIT and also the 100th birth anniversary of our beloved founder, Dr. M.S. Ramaiah. The past 36 hours have been a mixed feeling of happiness, tiredness, excitement, and also a beautiful feeling of seeing this event end. Our heartfelt thanks to our founder chairman, Dr. M.S. Ramaiah sir, Honorable Vice Chairman sir, Shri M.R. Sitaram sir, our beloved principal, Dr. N.V.R. Naidu sir, and Vice Principal, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Dikshit sir. And our faculty conveyors, Dr. Sanjay H.A. Sir, Professor and Head of Department of ISC, Dr. Raghuram Sir, Associate Professor of ECE Department, and Mrs. Gitanjali, our Assistant Professor of Department of MCA. On this note, I would like to call upon none other than the student lead of CentuRITon, Suraj Kumar, to take us down the road of CentuRITon.
A very good evening to the esteemed grand jury, judges, mentors, faculty, volunteers, and none other than the participants of CentuRITon to this grand occasion. Back in April 2022, there was an idea to conduct a hackathon at a scale unprecedented before in the college league. An extravaganza aimed at innovation, team building, and application. The journey from conception to fruition has been one that's filled with tumultuous and invigorating. CentuRITon, over the course of time, has become synonymous to perseverance, grandeur, and hard work. From an awe-inspiring online phase, where we shortlisted 79 teams from over 2,500 applications, CentuRITon has been the talk at 269 colleges, 21 states, and 157 cities. Months of planning, publicity, and coordination has helped us reach the spectacle of our turnout. From here, we at RIT took up the challenge to convert our beautiful campus into the humble venue that has hosted you this weekend. Our talented team of 150 student volunteers and 40 faculty coordinators have enabled the experience that you guys have witnessed so far. To trace the footsteps a bit, on 25th November, this grand finale was inaugurated with the presence of our chief guest, Mr. Ken Henry, our guest of honor, Mr. Satish Gurumurthy, and our Honorable Vice Chairman, Shri M.R. Sitaram Sir, who declared the event open. At 6 p.m., the clock started ticking for 36 hours of energetic development. To complement the enthusiasm of our participants and to shape their raw vigor into directed talent, our adept mentors guided them through 3 intense rounds of discussions. To lift the spirit of our dedicated contestants, fun activities such as cup stacking, sports, giveaways, and refreshments were placed at their disposal. Finally, through 2 rounds of presentation, 12 grand finalists and 4 track winners have been selected. I had the privilege to talk to some of the teams and have an exchange on their ideas that they had presented. And I must say, these are the conversations that we look for. These are the ideas that we ponder upon. And these are the people we are proud to empower. I congratulate all the teams here for your continuous effort and dedication. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Suraj, for your contribution and constant guidance for CentuRITon. Now it's time to welcome the panel of esteemed educators who have offered their valuable opinion and honest evaluations to bring to the forefront of winning teams of CentuRITon. So I call upon Nitin Goyal to introduce Mr. Srivatsa NS Sir.
Mr. Srivatsa NS Sir is a Senior Engineering Director in the Solutions, Innovation and Architecture Group, reporting to the CTO. He is globally responsible for intellectual property, including patents from technology and business perspective. Earlier, provided engineering leadership to the development of products related to network security, cloud, and biometrics. He has been the development leader in India for the award-winning Stealth product suite. He has more than 25 years of development experience in operating systems, high-performance computing, open source, systems management, servers, storage, and security with several leading product companies. Prior to joining Unisys, Srivastava sir led engineering teams responsible for Dell systems management as well as enterprise Linux on Dell servers. He was also a part of HPC Group in Dell and Sun Microsystem. He started his career at Indian Institute of Science in the Supercomputer Research Center. Now I would like to call Junior Lead to welcome Srivastava sir with a bouquet.
Now I would request Mr. Srivatsa NS Sir to please come on stage and share a few thoughts.
To the audience and respected principals, sir, when I had the opportunity to come and be part of this hackathon, the first thing I told Dr. Sanjay was that I'd love to be here because I knew this would be a huge energy-filled event. There'll be a lot of ideas and so much to learn from. I was looking forward to that experience, and I should say I was not disappointed. There's so much that I learned, and it was amazing to be part of this event. And there's so much energy and positive vibe that it creates. If you notice, this year India jumped up the innovative index, right? We almost moved up to, I think, 40. I think it's a big thing. And that doesn't happen by something that the government does or somebody does somewhere. It happens by all of us innovating in various spheres of life. It happens by all of you innovating, and this is one of the examples. So all of us contribute to it, either by innovating or by encouraging or by providing suggestions or anything like that. So this was an amazing event to be part of, and I really thank you all for allowing us to be part of this event and continue to grow the culture of innovation here. Thank you so much.
Now I would like to call upon Sanidhya Jain to introduce Mr. Satish Iyer, sir.
Mr. Satish Iyer, sir, Director of Engineering at Dish Network Technologies. He has more than 23 years of experience, holds 21 granted US patents. His primary area of interest are video streaming, networking, edge applications, connectivity domain, and 5G. He has a successful track record in launching multiple B2C video streaming products and B2B video streaming platforms with optimized solutions across cloud, on-premise software, and hardware. He's very passionate about creating new market opportunities with collaborative innovation and customer focus. Now, I would like to call our junior lead to welcome sir with a bouquet.
Now I request Mr. Satish Iyer, sir, to please come and share a few thoughts with us.
So first of all, thanks to the organizers for providing this opportunity to me to come and be a part of this event. And congratulations on hosting a wonderful event. It was a great learning experience overall. And a big round of applause for the participants. I think the amount of energy they have put into in the last 36 hours, and it's all about trying and perseverance. And as Mr. Srivatsa said, I think innovation is critical for our country, our nation. So I think it's up to all of us. And thanks to the Institute for promoting innovation. That's what I will say, and kudos and keep it up.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I call upon Sankeet Wadekar to introduce Ms. Preeti Ganesh, ma'am.
Preeti Ganesh, a highly qualified professional, comes from a varied background of experience in the IT industry and has been working in the industry for a total about 19 years now. Her experience spans from testing to product configuration to implementation to project management to program management and currently customer accounts management. Currently, she is working with Subex Limited as Director for Consumer Success in Europe. Her key expertise includes working with sales organization in the Europe region in identifying opportunities for continual improvement and expanding customer base, profiling the order intakes for revenue and billing forecasting for the region. She also specializes in nurturing winning relationships with customers and developing a strong base of reference customers, reporting on account performance status to the executive team. Now I would like Ayush Jain to present her with a bouquet.
Now I would request Ms. Preeti Ganesh, ma'am, to please come on stage and share a few thoughts with us.
Hi everyone. I don't know if the energy has all gone down from what started in the morning, but yes, the moment I arrived, it was all buzzing with energy. Where's that now? I mean, especially now, you all should all be happy about it. It's come to a successful end. So yeah, thank you so much for the organizers, especially I think planning since April, I was just told. It takes a lot of effort, and kudos to all of them who have organized this, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to come in such an occasion and present or be a grand jury for the participant. The quantum of work that's gone in and the quality of work, I'm quite impressed with the results and the presentations. I think all of us, we did take a lot of time to decide because, as you all can understand, it was a tough call. But yes, I congratulate all the participants because it takes a lot of courage, to come up with such a innovative ideas and make it happen to such, such extent, whatever extent it was presented today. So keep up the good work and continue this path that you are in. Don't take a break as long as, you're good to go. But yes, so congratulations, all of you all, and thank you once again. And finally, I thank my fellow jury members for helping and collaborating the results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Alankriti Jain to introduce Dr. Amod Anand Kumar, sir.
Dr. Amod Anand Kumar is the Director of AI/ML Research at Harman International, a Samsung Group company. Prior to this, he has held research and leadership roles at GE Global Research, Samsung, MathWorks, and SkillLink, an edtech startup. He has worked on technologies across automotive, aerospace, medical devices, semiconductor, and telecom industries. Dr. Amod has a BTech from National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, and a PhD from Loughborough University, UK. He has published multiple peer-reviewed research papers and is a multiple peer he has published multiple peer-reviewed research papers and is a co-inventor on one granted US patent. Dr. Amod has delivered keynotes, invited talks, and tutorials at numerous national and international conferences, seminars, and trade shows. He has also served on the Board of Studies and doctoral committees of academic institutions and is a senior member of IEEE. Now, I would like to call our junior lead to welcome Sir with the bouquet.
Now I would like Dr. Amod Kumar sir to please come on stage and share a few thoughts.
Yeah, I'll keep this short because I know many of you have been going on for 36 hours and counting, right? So, but generally I feel that hackathons as a forum for innovations have been one of the greatest things to come in recent times, right? Because what typically used to take weeks and weeks of ideation and implementation suddenly gets kind of like turbocharged and pushed through in a very, very short time of intense collaborative work. So I'm really glad that so many of you have had an opportunity to first of all be a part of such an event, raising your hands to put yourself through it and have successfully come to the other side of it. And I'm sure you'll all have great memories of this for many, many years on how in such a small time magic was created. So I'm glad that all of us were part of such a venue, and I would like to thank the organizers for bringing us all together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call upon Sushant Bhatt to introduce Ms. Tejaswini P. Ma'am.
Ms. Tejaswini P. has been a security and compliance lead with the MAS 360 ISL at IBM India. She has 20 plus years of industrial experience in information and cyber security. She has also worked related to network security and currently working in the security audit and compliance domain. She has extensive experience and knowledge in security audits, internal and audit liaison for external industry standard security controls and requirements. She has worked on security process and implementation, security planning, vulnerability assessment, application security testing, penetration testing, and ethical hacking. With this, I'd like to call Ayush Jain, our junior student lead, to welcome her with a bouquet.
Now I would request ma'am to please come on stage and share a few thoughts.
Good evening to everyone. Morning when I came in, it was quite nostalgic for me because Ramaiah Institute was something, one of the dream colleges that I was thinking when I wanted to do my engineering. And to be frank, 25 years ago, I had come here because we were given scholarship at that time for once we joined engineering. So I was here that time. I've taken scholarship of Ramaiah sir, and I'm so happy that I got another chance, and I'm coming on to be on the other side of the table now. I'm very delighted to see all the students out here. although I don't feel it's 25 years, I feel I'll be one of you all. And it was a great motivation actually on the other side, because seeing you all, we are feeling we should do much more things. We are already gone into very monotonous roles in our life now, but I think we should also get back to being active like all of you. So keep this going. Whichever organization you will be part of in future, or most of you will be your own entrepreneurs. In either of the cases, innovation is very important. Having ideas and bringing it out without, and do not think that might be this is a very silly idea, it might not be a good one. So keep doing these things as what you are doing now, and be participating in all possible such hackathons or any such competitions going forward too. That's one thing I wanted to inform. So the other thing is, as jury, we have done our best, our job of coming today, of finalizing for the prizes purpose. But I feel each and every one is a winner out here. So don't take it too hard. So yeah, whoever is first or second, it's just a matter of today's points and collections and all that positive things. But keeping in mind, I feel each of you working hard for 36 hours overnight and not sleeping much, there's nothing like it. The effort which is gone is nothing like it. So 50% of all the things, whatever I would say, is like for all the students who have contributed, and 50% to all the organizing team. I can imagine the effort that goes, because I used to be in one like such things in the college, and I remember how hard it is to do all these things. So thanks to all of you for doing this, and thanks to all of you to calling us here and giving us this opportunity. All the best to every student here, and have a good future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like Dr. Raghuram sir to welcome our principal. Now I request Mrs. Gitanjali ma'am to please welcome our vice principal sir. Now, as we come to the end of the hackathon, I'd like few teams to come and give feedback on how their 36 hours was and how they feel. Like anything you guys want to? Okay.
Well, a very good evening to one and all present here. So I would like to appreciate the entire hospitality department first. There were plenty of volunteers, and each one of them did their job very good. A great appreciation to all of you present here. And I know hosting such event is really hard, because I had hosted it throughout my college and school days. So a great job, and kudos to all of you. Thank you.
Any more teams who would like? Yeah, sure, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Akash Rajaraman. I'm from team Flora AI from the AIML track. Firstly, I apologize for my informal attire. I did not expect to be up here being selected in the last 12 or even speaking to you guys today. But that goes to show how exciting and interesting and frankly wild this hackathon was. It was full of ups and downs, but there was one constant that was always there: the organizing committee. I knew that any difficulty I was facing, I could just walk outside and there they were, sitting there. Any doubts I had, the mentors that were assigned to us were incredibly helpful. I believe Prashanti ma'am was one of our mentors along with Raghavendra sir. They were incredibly helpful in getting our project into a complete state. So yeah, this was an incredible experience. Once again, a huge round of applause for the organizing committee. And I wish you all the best in any future hackathons, and I will be there. I promise you that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any more teams who would like to?
A very good evening, everyone. I'm Dhyanish, captain lead of Team Dhruva. Um, First and foremost, I would like to thank each and every student of organizing committee. Like they did their job very good. Before our arrival, even they used to call us, and the way they taken care of us was just unimaginable. And the second one is like whenever we go for to have a food, Geetanjali ma'am will always say, like, more than saying, ma'am will push us to get for the second time. It just boosts our emotions. Like we didn't felt like far from home or like something. It's the environment that they have created is just incredible. And the other thing I noticed is like average of every 3 hours they used to give us food, like ensuring that we don't get tired. Like that was a good thing I have noticed. And moreover, this was not my first hackathon. Like I have attended like around 20 hackathons, but the way like they organize is really fascinating. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. Any more teams interested? Okay, so moving on from here. Now I'd like to call the grand jury and the principal and I would like to call the principal sir to address the crowd.
Very good evening to one and all present here. The jury members, Mr. Srivastava, Dr. Amod, the Tejaswini madam, the Preeti Ganesh madam, and Satish Nair. First of all, I have to thank them because not so easy. They have come around 10:30 or 10 o'clock and they have done a very tremendous job. Of course, not so easy, especially the evaluation is the toughest task. That too, project like innovations. And I don't want to now again speak because already at the beginning one of our coordinator spoke all the, I think Surya has given, Suraj has given brief about it. Now the time has come. Only thing is, I think that one madam has come and given some feedback. And next, I think Akash, next Gnanesh. Always when you come, please, we want some negative points if at all. It is positive points, always there is no point. Thing is positive, our people have done a tremendous job, that and all good, but still, it is 36 hours, it is almost namesake, actually it is 36 hours, program started a day before yesterday, around 4 o'clock, and is now almost, now it is 6 o'clock, 5:30, it is almost more than 40 hours, or 45, more than almost 2 days like. So, it is, I know we are all tired totally. First of all, I congratulate all the 75 teams, those who have participated in this particular national level hackathon, that is CentuRITon. This all, the work, the title of the CentuRITon, all is credit goes to our students only. Nothing now, mainly the students. They have given 4 or 5 names. This YED Century means our founder chairman said this 100th birth anniversary. So these are all they have taken into account. That is why they have given this one. They have brought 4 or 5 with the Dr. Sanjay, the Raghuram, Geetanjali madam with some coordinators. We told better this is the better title. And of course, it is not so easy. And one more thing is the first time we are organizing. on this occasion of our founder chairman's 100th birth anniversary and the Diamond Jubilee celebration of Ramaiah Institute of Technology. This is the first time. And we were hesitating because, especially, we are telling openly, the participation 2 nights staying here, especially girls will be there. We have to take care of a lot of responsibilities are there. That is why I told all my mainly student coordinators as well as the convener and other people, please take care. And as I told, around 150 student volunteers and around 40 faculty members are there in the various teams. Apart from that, it's not only 150, almost all the students involved in the Department of Computer Science, Information Science, A&ML, Data Science, Cyber Security, Electronics, Electrical, all this almost is IT related. Almost we have 6 programs. All the 6 department students as well as the faculty members involved very, very actively. Please, if you can give, in case we don't want to speak here, you can give it in writing. If at all any negative points here and there, a system is not so easy to organize. First time, of course, people have planned and executed accordingly, but still here and there, problems may be there. Food is not the main thing, other things. And for this purpose, actually, I thank our maintainer, that is the AMC, the computers, that is the Aditya Systems. We told him already we have 2000 Mbps, but plus I told him keep a standby of 500 Mbps. If at all any problem, suddenly the Wi-Fi, suddenly it gives some problem. We told him because main problem is students want continuously they provide for 2 devices around almost 25 Mbps. With all that, I told him please take care. First and foremost thing is when they do the work, should not be any problem with especially the internet. If that means immediately students say, because of the internet problem, we will not be in a position to, we know the tendency of the students. But that is the first and foremost. I thank mainly our Raghavendra, who has taken care of he has been working out how we have to solve the problem with our faculty members very meticulously. And main thing is, we can't forget our students. They are the backbone of the institution. Without them, we can't do anything. Without students, we cannot be here at all. Main is the students, and they have done, and whatever the work is given complete, the main 3 faculty members and other faculty members, they only guided, and they have done everything. All this design and all, their own effort. That is 100%. We teachers, it is our duty to do. But the credit goes to the student. This is a I congratulate all the student volunteers personally, one-to-one. Please, if you made, it is not so easy to overnights. They made the teams and night and day. Almost not 2 nights they stayed here, but they have been working many nights. That way it is. And now again, mainly the 3 members, main people, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwaran, Eltalla. But thing is, other faculty members are there. With the support only they have done it. Excellent job. I thank again and congratulate for conducting this 3-day event. That is, though it is a 36 hours, the event is almost 3 days. I thank as well as congratulate Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Raghuram, and Dr. Geetanjali Madam, and all mainly the other volunteers, not only 140 other volunteers, supporting staff, those who have been here on this year as well as in the library and on the computer labs, all the supporting staff, one-to-one. I thank them for last 3 days working continuously to keep all the laboratories kept open. And it may be definitely it is a trouble. I am sorry because it is the first time, and usually we used to conduct 12 hours hackathon. Why 12 hours means I never used to allow them overnight. It's the first time they told that no problem, we will do it, sir. That is why usually I say always start at 6 o'clock, close by 9 o'clock night. Don't have overnight because it is difficult to manage the students overnight. But this time, without any problems, that is what evening when I came at 5 o'clock, I asked, is there any problem? Yesterday also I went around, absolutely no problem. The credit goes to first to our students because they are the people who manage it across the premises, and they are the people who have taken care as and when they come. And everything we only guide, especially the faculty members. Night also the faculty members have stayed back. One team, HOD, Sanjay was there day before yesterday night. Yesterday night Raghu was there. So please, and if at all any negative, you can, nothing wrong, please. Every system there is a plus points as well as negative points. We have done our job. If at all anything, we please don't take it seriously, and we'll try to conduct this anyway. Innovation is the main, as sir said, Satish sir. Now, he told the India, it has increased it suddenly up to 40, sir. It's not 40 number, huh? So 40 only. It is very important. Without innovation, nothing can be done. So let us try to work out, and based on the approval of the honorable management, we will try to conduct, if possible, every event. One hackathon will be there. Actually, one, I think Nanesh told he has attended almost more than 20, but he appreciated. Thank you very much. And please, you can give some feedback to, if not to me directly, to all my, mainly the students, please. Always the students. Without students, nothing can be done here. Though I scold here and there, but they are the main people. That is only to do the better things, good, not to involve any other problems. So I am very much thankful. And first of all, yesterday, day for yesterday, our honorable Vice Chairman sir came, and then and there he made a surprise announcement. It was actually as per the proposal in the brochure also, you might have seen it. It is first place was 1.5 lakh, second place 1 lakh, third place 50,000. He made an announcement. First place is now 2 lakhs, second place is 1.5 lakh, third place is the 1 lakh. And once again, I thank mainly the jury members, not only the jury. I think morning also there was around 16 members, and yesterday also they were there. I thank for meticulously working, coming over here, and maybe here and there some problems getting, and the cities coming across the city is very difficult. Though it is 1 hour, it takes sometimes 2 to 3 hours. Please pardon for all those things. I thank once again all the jury members, mentors for coming over here and taking part in this jury member, as a jury member. And mainly the supporting staff who involved in the departments of computer science, information science, A&ML, cyber security, all I thank. And if the one important point I thought of telling, please, you give some feedback anywhere. You can send by mail to the coordinators. The idea is you must be perfect. We might have done at plus or minus 5 sigma level, but always it should be 100% perfection is required. Some problem in the premises also, sometimes classes were going on, the teachers were involved in one side classes, one side this participation, all this. I thank, and now I congratulate all the participants, and we don't know till now, we absolutely have no idea. I think now the announcement will be made. We never bother about that. Finally, the jury might have decided. And now I think in the committee, jury members can come and make the announcement, because it already delayed. And one more, many might have already booked the tickets. It is delayed. Actually, it was supposed to be over by 2:30. It is delayed by almost 3 hours. Those who have booked the tickets, sorry for the delay. Now, once again, I thank all my organizing team, main faculty, students. Thank you.
Now I would like to call upon the grand jury and principal and the vice principal, sir, on the stage, please. As many of us know that CentuRITon started with a logo competition. So we have the runners-up of the logo competition, Ayush Jain. I'd like Principal Sir to please. And I would also like to call upon the winner of the logo design competition. His name is Ritik from MCA department. So now, finally, the moment of truth, the 36 hours of your hard work has come to an end. So, can I have some energy, guys? Like, the room has been like very, yes. So, I'd like to start with the sponsored tracks. So, Force United, the winners will be announced by the principal.
And with the sponsor, First United, IDK, what we are doing, RVC.
Now I would request Syed Mohammed sir from Dish Network to announce the prize of winners of Dish Network track, please.
So, as Ms. Tejaswini said, it was quite a compelling, I would say, set of teams which were competing. But Team Parley, congratulations on winning the dish track.
Itself. So the problem statement was around using AI ML for dynamic creatives for marketing. Tough problem, and I think the home team has taken it. Thanks for all your efforts. And I should also thank Syed and his team, right? It takes, you have to put up your hands to volunteer from the office side as well, right? Spend weekends out here. He has been out here for all the days. So thanks, Syed, as well for your contributions.
Now I would request Mr. Srivatsa sir to announce the winner for AIML track, please.
So the winner for AML track is not an easy one. ML Haste from Dayanand Sagar College of Engineering.
Now I would request Dr. Amod sir to please announce the winner for the IoT track.
So the AR/VR IoT is actually a broad technology, and we actually felt that one of the entries, even though it was under the Open Innovation Challenge, was a really great, example of IoT technology itself. And therefore, the winner for that is Vatin from Sri Sai Ram College of Engineering.
Next, I would request Mr. Satish Iyer sir to present the winner for cybersecurity and blockchain track.
So on the blockchain and cyber security, we had few entries, and the winner is Team 0x from NMIT. Team 0x, congratulations.
Now I would request Ms. Tejaswini P to announce the winner for Open Innovation track.
In the open innovation, I think it was a couple more than the other tracks. So for the track event, the winner is Team Delight and VRS Engineering College.
So now only 3 places are left. That's first, second, and third. So any guesses who will take away the third, like second runner-up? Okay, everyone is going for first, I see. Okay. So I request Ms. Priti ma'am to please announce the second runner-up.
Trust me, like I was mentioning, it was very difficult for us. We kept on circling back with various teams, various ideas that were put forth. And most of the cases, we landed up with a tie. And we had to reevaluate again with the scores that formed. So nevertheless, we have a second runner-up that we've chosen. Can I have the Jain University representatives here? Flora AI for AI/ML.
Now I would request Vice Principal Sir to please announce the first runners-up of CentuRITon.
First runner, team Ox, blockchain, Nitya Meenakshi Institute of Technology.
Out of 4 teams and 1. So 4 teams and 1 prize is left. Any guesses, anything? Okay, everyone is really nervous at this point. So drum rolls, please. So I request our principal sir to please announce the winners of CentuRITon 2022.
Any guesses? Okay. The winner goes to Gun FT. Open innovation. Now very clear.
I would request all the winners to please come on a stage for a small photo session. Quickly, please.
Please come with your checks. Sir.
For the photo session, please. The juries who from the previous round, if you're present here, I really request you to come on the stage and join us, please.
HDM எடுத்துட்டா அதை எடுக்கல எடுறா சீக்கிரம் ಆಯ್ತಾ ಅನ್ಪು ಅನ್ಪು ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಬ್ರೈಟ್ ವರ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ವರ ಕೊಡು ಫೇಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಓಕೆ ಬಿಡು ಅನ್ಪು ಅನ್ಪು
Let's welcome Risha Shanoy, the member of admin team of CentuRITon. Without her, any of this wouldn't have been possible. And she's also the head of Industrial Connect, please. I would request her to come on stage, please.
Good evening to one and all gathered here. I am Risha Shanoy, core team member of CentuRITon, and I am honored and privileged to stand before you on behalf of the management, principal, staff, students, and co-coordinators of this event. I wish to propose the vote of thanks. CentuRITon is RIT's flagship national event commemorating Ramaiah Institute of Technology's Diamond Jubilee year and centenary birth anniversary of our founder chairman, Dr. M.S. Ramaiah. On behalf of the organizing committee, I convey my regards to Honorable Vice Chairman, Shri M.R. Sitaram Sir, former Minister Planning, Statistics, Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Vice Chairman, Gokula Education Foundation and Director, Ramaiah Institute of Technology, for giving us this opportunity to conduct the successful National Hackathon CentuRITon. Our gratitude and thanks to Shri M.R. Ramaiah Sir, Honorary Secretary, Gokula Education Foundation and Director, Ramaiah Institute of Technology for blessing us to complete this event successfully. Our kind thanks to Shri B.S. Ramaprasad Sir, Chief Executive GEF, Engineering and General Sciences for continuously guiding us. Our sincere thanks to Shri G. Ramachandra Sir, Chief Finance Officer for supporting us. Our heartfelt gratitude to our beloved principal, Dr. N.V.R. Naidu Sir, for continuously encouraging, trusting and motivating us for successful completion of this hackathon. Thank you, sir. Our thanks to Dr. Pradeep Kumar Dixit Sir, our Vice Principal, for his constant encouragement and support. Thank you, sir. Our thanks to the Registrar of Academics, Dr. Archana Ma'am, Registration of Administration, Mr. Mahadev Kokari Sir, Controller of Examination, Dr. Prakash Sir, for their support. I extend my hearty thanks to our grand jury panel consisting of Mr. Srivatsa N.S., the Senior Engineering Director, Unisys, Mr. Satish Iyer, the Director of Dish Network Technologies, Ms. Preeti Ganesh, the Director of Subex, Dr. Amod Anand Kumar, the Director of Harman, Ms. Tejaswini P., the Security and Compliance Lead of IBM, for being a part of this event in judging the presentation and sharing all your valuable thoughts and impressions for the betterment of the ideas. Thank you. I take immense pleasure in thanking all the offline mentors and judges and the online judges for their support in judging and mentoring the teams. Thank you. Huge thanks to our event partners, MLH, Major League Hacking, GitHub Education, IEEE Society Bangalore. Thank you to our sponsors, Delfolio, Polygon, Geeks for Geeks, Replit, Solana, Filecoin, Dish Network Technologies, NFThing, Force United. Also, thanks to our technical partners, Wolfram Language, Echo 3D, IBM, Cascade, Unisys, Metastart, Supergates. I extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the faculty conveners, Dr. Sanjay Sir, Head of Department of Information Science and Engineering, Dr. Raghuram Sir, Associate Professor, Department of CCE, Mrs. Geetanjali Ma'am, Department of MCA, for guiding, mentoring ma'am for leading us. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the core staff members of